Good afternoon everybody, welcome back to the channel. I hope you're well. I hope you've had a good week or so. It's been a little while since our last live stream, of course. And I hope you're looking forward to it. Last stream now for probably, unless I can squeeze one in on Monday between packing, probably until the end of October. But here we are, or the middle of October rather, so I'm going abroad. Funnily enough to Mauritius as well, Carlito. Very nice. Hope you're having a great time there. It's a beautiful country. For now though, we're on the beautiful location of Greece, one of the Greek islands. It's Heraklion International Airport for our beginning departure airport for today, and we're off to the new Brest airport scenery, released about a week ago now by Pilot Experience Sim. So we're going to throw ourselves into that and see how we get on in the Fenix A320 once again, and this really nice old school Aegean livery. That bloody Osprey in the background there. That's the problem with the Fenix when it renders as AI, because it's not meant to be used as an AI aircraft, but we have it in model matching, so it repeats the landing gear animation. Kalispera, 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 Kalispera. APS Gaming, good afternoon. Badger, hello to you. Carlito's on the beach in Mauritius watching today's live stream. Very exciting. Rab, good morning to you as well. Jack, welcome buddy. Mikhail, welcome as well. Flying along today with different arrival airports. No worries at all. Christopher, indeed, Fenix, he's happy. Mr. Snake Tats, an awful tattoo on his head. Why you'd get that, I have no idea. Aaron, welcome to you. Watching whilst finishing off his British Airways application. Are you still doing the test bits, or you got through to the video interview? That's the stage I'm at, but I haven't got a webcam, so I need to work out. Kalispera, Kalispera, Kalispera. I need to work out where I'm gonna, or how I'm gonna connect stuff to my computer to make it into a webcam. Apparently I could do it with my GoPro Hero 9 Black, so I'm hoping that's what I can do, and then I have to pre-record or record my answers to tests and scenarios within a video interview effectively. So Scott, welcome buddy. Work, I know, awful, right? If you're new to the channel, it's great to have you on board. Hit like and subscribe throughout the journey today. And then after my holiday I'll get back, and on the Sunday that I return, so it'll be 2 days after I get back, I'll be flying in on a stream somewhere. So I'll need your help deciding that. Certainly those of you who are our channel members for our return, and you'll have to keep me up to date with a bit of a TLDR as well a few days before I get home to see what I've missed and what I need to catch up on, what perhaps I need to prioritise as well. Living the dream, good afternoon. About to join us as well once his sim starts. Been a nightmare since buying Brest and then trying to reboot. That's not good. Hopefully it's not the scenery. Aaron, still in the first bit of the BA application. Did you leave the supporting documents blank since I didn't have my certificates? Yeah, correct. I uploaded a CV. Beyond that though, we didn't upload anything else because I don't have my GCSE or A-level certificates anymore. So I couldn't put them in, unfortunately. I did look for them. I have absolutely no idea where they are though. That's the problem. I still think about it, like even this morning I woke up thinking that maybe one last look. I wonder where it all is. Oops. There it is. GSX looking good as always. Let's dive into the flight deck, shall we, while we've got opportunity before Jeff comes in. Happy days. Justin, welcome buddy. So, where are we? We've done our boarding already within Fenix. And in our mass and balance, 156 are boarded, 3.5 tons of cargo, and you can see our fuel there in the tanks as well. So we're loaded up. Zero fuel weight, max zero fuel weight percentage as well, and the gross weight and the center of gravity gross weight figures there. So We've done our Init A page and our flight plan. Runway 27 for departure and the Apollo 1 Victor takeoff. And we can have a look at our zero fuel weights as well. So that's 60.0. If we round it, /30. Hopefully the music's good volume for you guys watching. Do let me know. Some new songs today. Wow, I know. They've got to be in the house somewhere. I don't think it's the sort of thing that I would bin, because you never know when you might need them in the future. So I can't imagine that I would have binned them, to be honest. 13.2. But we'll see what happens. And while we're here, 1228. So, performance page then. Boarding complete, lovely stuff. Wait for the dispatcher to clear all that stuff. So we did the preliminary load sheet plus 1 ton. What we can do now we've finished boarding is hit the final load sheet, and that will sync the new figures, recheck the weather and recalculate RV speeds. 144, 151, 151. They're correct. Up 0.4 and flex of 55. So that's changed. We'll just amend the flex. And we've got our NADP1 departure thrust reduction altitudes input. So 1082, 3082 to accelerate, and then the engine out 1082. Currently the QNH here 1016, and we're on Unicom. Winds are 340 degrees at 5 knots. Initial climb to 8,000 feet, and if I bring up the charts, good evening Gav, and Doc as well, welcome buddy. Everyone else, wherever you are watching in the world, welcome to you too. Paul Halford, going to Heraklion in July 2024. Very exciting. It's glad to be catching today's stream.
Pilot, check, please.
Nick Jake, welcome to you too.
Clear.
So, pushing and starting from Tango 1, we've got the Aegean safety demonstration to play, but a very short taxi. So as we start to push, we'll play the safety demo. We'll let the crew work away in the back, and we will get the aeroplane started up, configured, and we'll taxi to 4-point Delta runway 27 before departing westerly on the Apollo 1 Victor, which looks like this. Ewan, welcome. Dwal, hello to you. I know, it's crazy, right? Outbound 271 degrees, max to 250 knots at 600 feet, turning northbound to Apollo direct. Passing Apollo at or above 8,000 feet. So it's actually flight level 80 because the transition altitude's 6. But that is it. That's all we've got for the charts. It's a really nice, simple departure routing. And our route today will take us over mainland Greece, away from Crete. I think it is Crete, isn't it? Pretty sure it's Crete. Over mainland Greece, passing over Corfu, there it is. Corfu there, Kirkura. And then over Italian airspace, crossing over the Boots. And then into French airspace to begin our arrival down at Brest. It's about 4 hours. So, without further ado, we're going to get the APU fired up. Seatbelt signs can go on. Living the dream. That's not good. Have you got any other add-ons and stuff that might be causing problems, perhaps? Any changes or tweaks or anything you've purchased recently? Squawk 2000. We've got the Fenix. My throttle profile set to Fenix. That's done. We'll just wait for the APU. and we can prepare for pushback and start. Yeah, we can. We're just about in time. Order complete. Catering service complete. Prepare for pushback and departure. Sounds like the APU's ready. It is. With that in mind, we can head down to the EFB once again. Ground services. Park brake we've already checked is on. We're going to get rid of the GPU. Off it goes. And the chocks and cones removed. Packs are changed. Overheads all good and set. We'll leave the no smoking sign properly on rather than auto.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Wicked. Crikey, Rab, that's, I mean, it's great you still have them. Mine have to be here somewhere, that's the thing. Just don't know where. But then, you know, I didn't supply them and I moved across to the next one.
Locking gear.
Beacon light, go on. So around about now is when we want to do our, oh there we go, our transmission to pushback. And we want to face south, because that's going to have us face over that way, towards the little junction over there. Heraklion traffic, Aegean 420, stand Tango 1 A320, QNH 1016, push start facing south on Foxtrot. Southeast Fox.
Release parking brakes, please.
Bar brakes off.
Commencing push. All engines clear.
And as I promised,
Start at wheel.
we're going to start the engines up and start the safety demo all at the same time.
Καλώς ορίσατε στην πτήση μας. Στην Aegean είμαστε περήφανοι που σας ταξιδεύουμε καθημερινά σε προορισμούς και ανθρώπους που αγαπάτε. Το ίδιο περήφανοι είμαστε και για την προτεραιότητα που δίνουμε στην άνεση και την ασφάλειά σας. Γι' αυτό, παρακαλούμε να παρακολουθήσετε προσεκτικά τις οδηγίες που ακολουθούν σε ένα μικρό ταξίδι πριν το ταξίδι σας.
Please fasten your seatbelt while seated. It can be fastened and unfastened like this.
Throughout the stream, make sure you hit like,
We recommend that
give
you
us a
keep your
little thumbs
seatbelt
up.
fastened at all times, as turbulence can occur unexpectedly.
Buzzing for this
In
today.
the
It's been
unlikely
ages
event
since
of
we
a sudden
streamed.
loss of air
I do
pressure,
miss it.
Oxygen masks will drop from the
Heraklion
panel
traffic, this
of
is
your
Osprey
seat.
236 at Stand
Remain
Tango
seated
6,
and pull the
QNH
mask towards
Engine
you.
won't start.
Press it against your mouth and nose and continue to breathe normally. You must fit your own mask first before helping others
Traffic
near you.
cockpit is revised, stand
A life jacket is stowed under your seat.
on QNH 1016,
When instructed to do so by the crew, pull the life jacket over your head, attach the strap
Cool,
to the
trim.
back in front, and pull tight to adjust it to your waist. Before leaving the
That's about
aircraft,
0.4
pull the
up,
red toggle sharply
I think.
downwards to inflate the jacket. If necessary, you can top up the air through the tube. Every life jacket has a lamp, which lights up
GCS,
in water
ready to
when
wind
you
shear.
pull this tab.
Don't have any weather radar,
If you
that's
leave the aircraft through an
fine.
emergency overwing window exit, inflate the jacket
7-3
outside.
Simmer, welcome on board.
There are 8 emergency exits on this Airbus A320. 2 exits at the front, 2 at the
And
rear of the cabin, and 4 overwing window exits.
1 plus F.
Unlocking gear.
If you are instructed to leave the aircraft urgently, illuminated strips on the floor will guide you to the nearest exit. In that case, you must leave all your belongings
Drop it,
behind.
Eck. Almost dropped the plane.
To review these instructions, please refer to the safety card in the seat pocket in front of you. Please ensure that your mobile phones and all electronic devices are either switched off or set to flight mode.
Left is clear, right
This,
is clear.
Here's flaps
or
1.
any other Aegean flight, is a non-smoking flight. Thank you for choosing to fly with Aegean.
Thanks for you, sir.
Where's my flight controls? There we go. All left. All the way back. All the way forwards. There she is. I'm waiting for the ground pin. Do rudder deflections. Jolly good. Taxi lights can go on. There's the ground pin. APU can come off. Engine starts. Needs to go to ignition mode norm. Auto brake max. 8,000 set. QNH is set. She's giving us the wave. Gam Shaquille, welcome. Heraklion traffic, Aegean A320 taxi to hold point Foxtrot, cross 30, right echo to hold Delta runway 27 Heraklion traffic. Little bit of power just to get us rolling. Simi, you're most welcome. Great to hear that they've been helpful to you.
And Osprey 459 Tango 2 pushing back.
Unico lives in Brest. Welcome to you. This is a real world service, by the way, a real world flight that's operated. That's the Osprey tail. Just a little bit of power.
Heraklion traffic, Osprey 8656, taxiing Foxtrot Hotel to runway 27.
Shaquille, very nice on the active one, on the on 30, shorter runway.
Heraklion traffic, taxiing to hold runway 27.
Now we're leaving already on Fox. Lazarus, welcome. When is the weather not beautiful in Greece? Even the rainy days are lovely. What have we got? Spoilers, armed, takeoff config. Test. Bloody Toby eye tracker does my head in sometimes. There we are. And then we're all cool. I think it's more automated now, isn't it? I think. So a little bit creative with the taxi. That's just to try and help facilitate everyone else pushing back. I think ordinarily they'd have pushed and faced north westerly on Fox to then head up Foxtrot and then right echo to cross 30 down to Delta. But this way was just a bit easier for people to push back. And in lieu of any ATC, we can do what we want. I always forget how dark the flight deck is in the Fenix. Really dark.
Heraklion, traffic Osprey 590, taxi Delta, hold short, runway 30.
Let's get all bloody click spots. What the heck? All the lights, all the signs, cruise advice, cabin ready, take off modes, no blue. Crossing the Cat 3 hold point at Delta. In fact, that is the hold point. Heraklion traffic Aegean 420 via Delta, lining up runway 27, taking off Apollo 1 Victor departure. Heraklion traffic. Okie dokie.
Heraklion traffic, Osprey 8656 holding short Alpha for runway 27.
Try and use as much as we can, so a little dab of the brakes.
Taxiing,
Heading up to the threshold.
Delta for runway 27.
I love the sounds. Oh, cruise ships. Never in a million years will you find me on one of those floating petri dishes of disease. Hell no. Why anybody would want to go on a cruise, I have no idea. Okay, stick forwards. 40%. Let's go make sure the transponder's on. Brakes off. Flex. SRS. Power set. Speed's alive. $80 knots. Little bit of left rudder to hold it steady. We've got a 7-knot crosswind according to my nav display. Gusting 10.
Heraklion traffic,
Bizarrely.
Osprey 8656 lining up runway 27.
V1. Rotate. Chopping out using all the runway. Jeez! What takeoff performance calculation was that, Fenix? My god! Okay, positive rate gear up. Oh, a bit of poo might come out. Okay, 600 feet, there's the magic number, turning right. Waiting for thrust, lever, climb.
Heraklion traffic, Osprey 590, taxi to runway 27.
There it is, one click down, following the turn. Now we just follow the flight directors. Rolling out gently. TBI track is doing some mad stuff. There we are. Autopilot 1 engaged, gear is up, and we're maintaining our climb out speeds for now. I'll pop those off.
Heraklion traffic, Osprey 8656 departing runway 27 for Apple 1 Victor departure. Heraklion.
Okay, that's the nose pitching down, which means we're at our acceleration altitude. It is, so we'll be targeting 250 now. We'll have a few minutes before we get rid of the flaps, disarm the ground spoilers, and off we go. Somebody's started the clock already, haven't they?
Heraklion traffic, this is Osprey 236 lining up runway 27 and waiting 2 minutes for separate.
Hi Oliver, welcome buddy. Through S. So keeping an eye on that slowly. And as we pass it, flaps up, ground spoilers disarmed. Carlito, how's Mauritius been for you, buddy? And have you gone to Port Louis? Gone to that spice market like I recommended? They, you can get, it's called mild tandoori spice mix. It is the most stunning spice blend that we've ever experienced. Really, really nice. Yeah, of course you could do it from home, no doubt. Easy peasy, but there's something quite nice about bringing home a bag of local spices from somewhere exotic, far away. I'm off on holiday in 3 days, Mike. Tuesday, in fact, sorry. What day are we today? 4 days. In fact, this time in 4 days, I'll be almost at Gatwick and about to walk into the lounge. Very exciting. Can't wait to go back to Mauritius. The place is just spectacular. Only ever been once, fell in love with it instantly. The most magical place. This has got a custom flight deck. Oh look, we've left the flight deck door open. Custom cabin, that's what I mean. With complete with the gin seating. Very nice. Let's not get in trouble. Let's close that. Through transition. And we'll continue to climb. 3.6 is our cruise. We'll just go to managed climb mode. Flying with British Airways, Ewan.
Heraklion traffic, Osprey 8656.
But unfortunately, Gatwick, yeah, they moved the route from Heathrow ages ago. I don't know why, but they did.
This is Osprey 236, taking off runway 27, flying Apollo 16 departure.
I think it's because of exclusivity on the route. So they would have, they're currently, well actually no, they were the only direct service to Mauritius at Gatwick, because if you wanted to fly with anyone else you had to go with Emirates or Qatar, someone, or and connect via Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Doha, so on and so forth. Air Mauritius retained a daily service with their new A330neos, beautiful things, at Heathrow, up until recently though, because they are moving to Gatwick to compete with the direct service of British Airways, interestingly enough. But it's a long old night flight. Really old, long night flight. So really lucky, I've gone all out. And we're actually flying business class on the way out. That's because we got the very lowest fare bucket, the 2 seats in the cabin that get released with the absolute lowest price of business class, which is actually the same price as premium economy. The second they've sold, the price goes up significantly to the next fare bucket. So we were lucky to grab that first fare bucket, and that's why I locked it in. I just had to. And then flying back in premium economy, which is what we did last time. We flew premium economy both ways. It made all the difference having that that little bit more of a recline in the seats and the leg rest and things, and the business class food. Christopher's saying, do you get any deals on the tickets? For some reason, many routes that way are 3 times the normal price these days because of popularity and exclusivity in a way as well. Because, you know, for example, Mauritius is a small island. Very exclusive in a way with the way the tourist industry is designed there, and the Maldives as well, even more so. So because of that, they keep the prices at a premium generally for the hotels and things. Very weird. But we got a pretty good deal. I tend to be pretty savvy with booking flights and holidays, so I always book a package where I can. So we booked a British Airways BA Holidays package, really good value, and we booked it, when was it? Right at the start of October, so they just released the return flight seats. Actually, so it would have been the end of October in fact. It's still a crazy amount of money compared to how much it cost us last time we went to Mauritius. It had gone up price-wise by about $1,500 in total. But of course you guys know from talking about it before, we were going to go to Tokyo, but that never really materialised last year because the border being closed to travellers still at the time. So we kind of kicked the can down the road. We might go next year. See what tickles me fancy. We are heavy today. Look at that, gross weight 72,100. Centre tanks had a bit of fuel in, so they're feeding out of them at the moment. Doing a bit of Airbus juiciness, the automation of the fuel balancing. Now, part of me wants to go back to Mauritius next year as well and just pick a different part of the island again. We didn't really see very much the first time we went, to be fair. We went to Port Louis, the capital city, ventured into the little local spice markets and things like that. And as you'd expect, they see you as a tourist walk into somewhere like that and they just think you've got tons of cash. So you want to buy like a kilogram of spice that would cost you in reality maybe £6, £5, £6 maximum. They want you to pay like £15 for it. So some people would just pay because some people going to Mauritius are pretty rich. Others like myself aren't. So I have to say to them like this isn't a reasonable price, and then very quickly they come back down to the price that the locals pay. And then they get a little bit more to say thanks. They've got street food and things in the city centre as well, really cool. And like a little market where you can buy souvenirs. So one of the days we're probably going to have a little venture back to the city centre and have a little look through that. I think Carlito did the South Island tour and a few other bits. I think he's climbed one of the mountains there as well in the centre of the island, but he's off the chat again, enjoying the beach. So I'm not 100% certain. I raised the idea of doing that to the missus, and she, when I said it was actually a hike, she was like, "Oh, absolutely not then." Live the dream. Ah, nice one. The A Club, July 24th. To Hawaii via San Francisco. That's epic. What a journey that is. And club as well. Lovely. Ah, fair enough, Carlito. How's your stay been? What hotel are you in? What are your travel journeys kind of plans back? Are you flying with British Airways back to Heathrow and then onwards, or are you flying Emirates via Dubai back to, I think, Canada, isn't it, where you guys live? The catamaran day trip, we'd probably avoid that. We did it, it's a fun story. We did it in Antigua once. It was my treat to the missus to be like, it's your birthday, let's go and do a nice catamaran day trip thing on the boat. Maybe do a bit of, so you they sailed us in Antigua to a little island, and there was like a beautiful little beach thing that the boat docked onto, and they cooked barbecue on the boat, drinks, and they did like some snorkeling as well. So we went snorkeling. The missus doesn't like that, but I was like, let's just try it, let's just do it anyway. And then she started to kind of panic as we got, in effect she didn't keep up. She didn't want to wear the flippers, so I said wear the flippers, they'll help you keep up with the rest of everybody. And we stay in a pack, we follow the route, therefore it's safer, with the tour guide person snorkeling ahead and telling us where to go. But we ended up falling behind a little bit, so I tried to follow where I thought they'd gone, and very quickly realised we had a wall of coral in front of us underwater as we were paddling along, head under the water, and there was this big wall of coral that all of a sudden became visible out of nowhere. So I managed to push my hands forwards to kind of stop our forward momentum. The missus has latched onto me, and the momentum from her pushed me onto the coral, and I thought this is potentially real nasty because we might end up slicing ourselves open, something really nasty like that. My goodness, Jack, thank you very much. Super generous of you. Thanks, buddy. Massive tip from Jack. Really appreciate your generosity, Jack. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, my foot slipped into the coral. Kind of got a little bit stuck. The only thing I could do at the time to stop the missus getting kind of hurt, she started to panic at this point anyway because she doesn't like the water, and it was going a little bit wrong. Not my fault, I might add, but she started to panic, so all I could do is grab her and pretty much throw her across back to where it was clear, just literally behind me. So it wasn't like I had to really throw her or anything like that. I had to kind of just push her as hard as I could away from me back in the direction we came, so that she was away from the coral, panicking and flailing about. She'd slice her legs open and stuff doing that otherwise. At that point, doing that, my foot got caught into a load of coral. Flipper came off and I was totally kind of stuck, so I just had to kind of put my head under the water, which I could just about reach, bending over, and I could see massive sea urchins all around my feet. So I brought my head back up again, and the missus was like, oh my god, are you okay, what's happening? And I was like, well, I've got about 3 sea urchins around my feet, so I'm probably going to get stung. I'll need someone to come and help pull my foot out. And this guy came over, he was like, what are you doing over there? I was like, what do you think I'm doing? I'm not here voluntarily. I'm stuck. He attempted to make me feel stupid, but I already felt stupid, so I couldn't be made to feel any worse. Managed to get my foot out, no stings. Sliced my foot up a little bit though, because of how sharp coral is, but otherwise all good. Very nice. Carlito experiencing a no-flare landing in the A380. Looks grand gore. Beautiful. Wow. The Southwest Tour, Carlito, is that the one that takes you to like the multicoloured earth and all that kind of thing? But that's the reason why we don't do catamaran tours anymore. Because everything will be fine until the missus panics. Mikhail, thank you, buddy. Really generous. Appreciate the comments. Thanks for being with us for 2 years. Lovely. Did you go to Pomplamoose Botanical Gardens, Carlito? Is it Pomplamoose? I think it is. Anyway, that's beautiful. And have you gone to Port Louis? He was alright, Jack. It's one of those things. You know, it's pointless me panicking in a situation like that because it will effectively be an absolute mess otherwise. And the chance of getting injured is even worse, so stay quite calm, and it gives you kind of rational thought, so I could decide what to do very calmly. I didn't need to move my foot, because if I did, the sea urchins just kind of floating around my feet, they might have been disturbed, or if my foot had come out and I slipped and it went back in, it would have gone straight onto those sea urchins. So I kind of just had to hold it steady, and I figured if I don't move my feet, the sea urchin's probably not going to come and stab me up. and poison me going home without a leg. And I got out of it fine. Just my leg sliced up to bits in a few places, but that's fine. Always got to stay calm in a bad situation. Zato, hello. Very excited for the Horizon Simulation 787-9. Me too. Is it coming out anytime soon though? Probably everything's going to come out while I'm abroad, in which case I'm going to come back and I'm going to have to work at flying everything that's been released. The 787-9, hopefully maybe the 777 perhaps, who knows. Although I don't think that's going to come out till maybe November time. Ideally anyway. I say ideally for me. Oh my goodness. I've realised I'm in this internal content creators Horizon Simulations feed and I've missed loads. Perhaps I do need to try the A321. No mention of the 787-9 release schedule though. There's loads in here. 10th of September, we're already well past that. So all talking about the 787-9 at the end of August, effectively. Progress and bits. And then as usual, everybody kind of pouring attention all over it. But beyond that, there's nothing really detail-wise in there, to be fair. Could not do Port Louis next time. Got a deal for the hotel and they upgrade us on arrival. Epic. Rab, no snorkeling in Mauritius. Well, so last year you have to wear feet, like little sea shoes on your feet in Mauritius to protect your feet from coral, because a lot of the beaches and the sand and that were all coral, to be fair. Christopher. It was like a, well, to be fair, I could see the blood underneath in the water, and I kind of brought my head up and I was like, my leg's bleeding. But again, can't do anything about it. Thankfully it wasn't green blood though. it could have been, if I'd have been stung by a sea urchin. They were huge, they were the size of my face. At least that's how it seemed anyway. But I had one of those in Mauritius last time. I had one of those full face snorkel mask things. They're brilliant, but because I've got facial hair, I found that the seal wasn't great around my chin, so it started to leach water in, and I'd find that I would feel like I'm drowning after about 10 minutes. so I'd have to come up for air and get all the water out and then carry on. Not ideal. Star says the Horizon Aladdin VFR A321 has a bug where the cabin doesn't show. It's something with the fly-by-wire code that they said. But other than that, it does fly rather fantastic. So perhaps next time I get back, I'll have a sim update to install. Hopefully a 787-9. Perhaps maybe after a while, and I have resisted it, but perhaps we take a look at the A321 with the Horizon Sim mod. Yeah, we've got the TFDI MD-11 as well coming, although that sounds almost like a FSS E-Jet with what they're kind of releasing, this early access version, I think. Because I don't think it's got a custom LNAV or VNAV or anything in it initially, has it? Mainland Greece coming up, which means I think we're almost at Kea. Beautiful. It's anything with the Fenix. Those contrails are a little bit wild, aren't they? They look huge. Loki's doing alright, thanks, Justin. Yeah, he's technically signed off, although he's got another few weeks of lead walks only before he can get off the lead and things like that. And we're still continuing with this physiotherapy. Oh look, there's Athens in the backdrop there. Huge, isn't it? My goodness. The size of that. There's a wicked screenshot there. Gabriel, welcome. Sorry to hear that, Justin. 18 is incredible though for an age. Wow. So that's it. That is a really impressive age. Maltese Bichon. The one in your profile picture, right? 18 is a remarkable age. You know, he's done incredibly well to get to that. I mean, Loki's 8 now. On average, they will kind of live until about 12. So he's only got about maybe 4 years left. Although he's, for all intents and purposes, excluding all of his joints, he's a really healthy boy, and he's been on great quality food from the start. Ah, that's your little Lily. How's she coped with your dog passing? Because I know they grieve, don't they? When my other half, her parents, when they lost one of their dogs, the other one was pretty mopey, quite sad and kind of grieving for a number of months, to be fair. And then because of that, they ended up getting another puppy. Although now that other dog is probably not far off. Is he's gone a bit blind, I think, in one eye, got a bit of cataracts, and very limpy and a bit slow. Let's have a quick check on Valanta, see how we're getting on. Brab says, when I lost my last dog, I couldn't bring myself to get another. It was too heartbreaking. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? We're not sure what we would do, to be fair. Wow, look at this for a train. We got... who we got? Badger, there we go. Osprey 919 leading the pack in the 738. A lot of weather there, look, my goodness. Who else have we got? There's me, followed by Yuzi, Justin, Osprey 8656, couple of screen grabs from him, looking good. On the Flabois A320NX. Followed by Jack, Osprey 236, flying the good old Boeing 737-800 again, great screen grabs. Gone for the outside hood option. That too, he must have loaded in thinking, what the hell is going on? Heraklion today. Mikhail behind, he's off to LIRF, off to Fiumicino. Out of Heraklion, flying along as Osprey. Hey look, there we are, taking off. Epic screen grabs. We've got Ascot 2205, Scott flying along as well in the Poseidon. How did you get that screenshot on there? That's brilliant. I bet you thought I'd never even check the screenshots today. MPS Osprey 5908. Following Scott's doggy in command. Flight Gaming UK Radar 14. I think he hasn't updated his full sign. Zato Speedbird 6406. We've got Osprey 4 kilo. In fact, they're nestled together. Zoom in. Zato, there it is. Speedbird 6458. In the lovely Kuro 787-8. I think it's meant to be 4K there, whoever that is. They're looking good. I've got a couple of screen grabs I need to put in to get up to date there. Living the Dreams pushback in Malta in the 737-700 flying along. He'll be joining us soon. The career mode for Osprey would be so amazing, Gabrielle says. Have you checked out New Sky? Dol says, are we going over the Corinth Canal? Oh yeah, well, you know what? We did. Chuffineck. There it is. Right behind the tail. There, that's the Corinth Canal. That was on our route. Great spot. Doc says, find us in Valanta. I know where you are. You're down here. You were flying down here somewhere. Where is he? I don't know. I give up. Yeah, well, yeah, it's not a complete strict career mode, but it's as close as we can realistically try and actually get. How's the next level racing sim for longer flights? Is it comfortable enough? So on these kind of flights, when we're doing about 4 hours or so, when I get up, I find that the seat is quite compressed. It's not that it becomes uncomfortable; it stays quite comfortable, but I find that it does kind of squidge in a little bit too much, and it does kind of struggle. I mean, one of the things it does do is it kind of struggles as well with rebound as well, bringing it all back up again. Doc, it says you're offline, so I've put your username in, but it's not actually loading anything up. So I can't actually see you. Weird. Never worked out the bug with the Turtle Beach gear, Justin, to be fair. Zato says when the 787-9 comes out, first flight I'm doing is Norse to JFK. Then at the end of the year, which I do every New Year, Project Sunrise from Heathrow to Sydney. Wow, third time in the 787-9 and once in the 747-400. That's huge. Bloody hell. That's one heck of a flight. Carlito, how many dodo birds are you bringing back as souvenirs from your holiday? And also, if you're still in the live chat, you've only got 2-3 days left of your holiday. Go enjoy it. Yeah, Zato, it's a huge undertaking, that. Justin, yeah, we have there's quite a bit of news about Qantas at the minute. The new CEO doing some half apology about, yeah, we know Qantas is rubbish and we're trying to fix it. I mean, weirdly enough, we don't really have much experience of Qantas in the UK, with the exception of a couple of the services like the Heathrow to Perth, that sort of thing. But I think Qantas prioritises those being consistent, so it doesn't really, they don't ever kind of seem bad in that sense. If that makes sense. Oh, there you go. Good shout, Christopher. You reminded me. Oh, when you said, "I hope nobody needs the toilet today," about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, it didn't really click. I thought you were meaning about self-loading cargo not being on. That's what I thought. Because I haven't used self-loading cargo for some time now, because I've actually started to find it quite tedious and a bit annoying. But yeah, I completely forgot to turn the seatbelt signs off. Oh well. I'm sure they were all not actually doing it anyway. Justin said, yep, got an email from Vanessa Hudson, the new CEO, yesterday at 1 PM. That was the apology email, right? Was booked on a 4 PM flight from Port Hedland to Perth, then received a text 30 minutes later to say your flight is delayed by 2 hours. Jeez. Jack, it's hit and miss. It doesn't really work that well, I don't think. Certainly domestic flights, self-loading cargo just doesn't quite understand domestic flights properly. I've still yet to been able to actually get it to do an alcohol service and a duty-free service. But it's the stupidity around how everybody is desperate for the toilet and how everybody is desperately thirsty the second they get on the plane, which is just remarkably stupid. So it's the little things like that that frustrate me with that, unfortunately. That Vanessa Hudson, Justin, she's from the Alan Joyce. I think she was next in charge, wasn't it? With under Alan Joyce, the last Qantas CEO. So I think she's just one and the same. Kind of another version of him, but doing what all politicians do really, and kind of mention about how they need to fix everything and they're going to be the ones to do it, and then nothing will change. Yeah, self-loading cargo, it does feel like a bit of a faff, to be fair. Hitesh, welcome. What's your VRAM usage if you use max AI traffic from FSLTL or AIG or Just Flight, etc.? It's hard to tell. I think that it depends on the airport and everything else as well, but it tends to hit not really go above 70%. But it depends on what airport I'm using as well, to be fair. Inheriting Qantas. It's not a bad way of putting it, Scott, to be fair. I do wonder if, because Alan Joyce was the reason why, say, for example, British Airways and all these other international carriers are so restricted from the Australian market, because I'm sure they would like to expand more. They're very anti-competition. They've lobbied passionately with Alan Joyce since, as far as I can remember anyway, so they've blocked most of the Middle Eastern carriers from flying in and all that kind of stuff. So I wonder how that will change in the future. Because Qantas's biggest fear, isn't it, is airlines, or airlines like Qatar, Emirates, Singapore, all those kind of airlines having free reign over the Australian market, because I think they're a bit fearful that suddenly their domestic stuff is going to be decimated, because people will potentially be able to fly from Kuala Lumpur to Darwin or to Cairns or Perth, Melbourne, Adelaide, Sydney, Brisbane. You might be able to fly direct with them, with Malaysia, with British Airways and all that, if they open up the market massively. And yeah, as Scott's saying, Qatar was blocked recently from flying into Australia, and that's one of the big things that Qantas is in deep doo-doos over. Khalid says, bought one Dodo, good man. leaving tomorrow. The missus wanted to do beach day at the hotel today. Starts to become expensive when you start to convert taxi away is like $50. Wow. Yeah, I suppose it depends where you're going as well, doesn't it? We were in Balaclava 2 years ago in the Maritime Resort. Beautiful place. But that's about 30 minutes closer to Port Louis than the bit where you are, and the bit where we're going next week is. Jack, they can't block them, but they did. Hold on, let me Google it so I get it right. There you go. So, the price of flights around Australia is astronomical. Competition with Qantas would bring downward pressure on prices. The federal opposition has accused the Albanese government of running a protection racket for Qantas as it questions the decision to block Qatar Airways from almost doubling its flights to Australia. The government has in recent weeks defended its decision to reject a request from Qatar to fly an additional 21 services into Australia's major airports beyond the 28 flights a week it currently operates under existing bilateral air rights. The Treasurer Jim Chalmers has defended the decision made by Cabinet colleague Transport Minister Kathleen King as being weighed up in the national interest. But on Friday afternoon, the opposition transport spokesperson Bridget McKenzie called on the Treasurer to instruct the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to investigate international airline competition and pricing, for which Qantas since have been found guilty of, and they've been fined massive, or about to be fined massive amounts for doing this racketeering and all this dodginess, blocking airlines from flying in. The 2021 Harris Review into demand management at Sydney Airport is echoing pleas from a broad coalition of aviation groups for an overhaul to the slot system. Critics of the slot system at Sydney Airport say the system is leading Qantas, Jetstar and Virgin to strategically schedule then cancel flights to shut out the competition. The decision to refuse Qatar's request makes little sense, particularly when we've seen the cost of international flights in some cases treble in the last couple of years. It would put downward pressure on airfares. McKenzie said King had provided various reasons for rejecting the request, including wanting to help Qantas afford to buy new aeroplanes. The government seems to be running a protection racket for a major domestic carrier by refusing to increase competition and freight capacity. I mean, if you increase freight capacity, then more cargo could fly into and out of Australia, which would then bring the price of goods down, which would make stuff more affordable for people in Australia, all that kind of stuff. So it's pretty wild. I think it's because, Jack, I think it's because Qantas are a bit worried. Their reputation isn't great, is it, from what we gather and what we understand. And I think they're a bit concerned that if they open it up to an airline like Qatar, or for example if British Airways suddenly can expand their services into and around Australia and fly instead of a Singapore-Sydney, they could do a Singapore-Sydney and a Singapore-Perth and a Singapore-Brisbane. Then all of a sudden, Qantas, Jetstar and Virgin Australia have hemorrhaged demand because Qatar, British Airways, Malaysian, Singapore Airlines, whoever it would be, would come and mop it up, because certainly some of these Middle Eastern and Far East carriers are spectacularly good at customer service. Rad went downstairs to peel his tatties, came back to find his gear down. Whoops. Must have hit the gear button on the joystick when I moved it. It'd been down for about 15 minutes. My goodness. There's beautiful Corfu. There's the airport right there, I think. Is it? Oh no, hold on. There's the airport right there. Carlita says, same in Canada, it is a protected monopoly with Air Canada. We've only just got Emirates in Montreal this year. Bloody hell. Yeah, to be fair, when you think about it, British Airways only operates a handful of flights to Canada. I'm more curious about WestJet, because I really want to actually kind of fly and experience WestJet, but then they've canned most of their services, and they only really fly into and out of Calgary, isn't it, direct, and then you've got to connect onwards to different services around Canada from there, which is a pain in the backside. If you want to fly to a different location, you just fly direct, wouldn't you, to someone else. Qantas, Justin says, were found in the Supreme Court to have illegally sacked thousands of ground staff during the pandemic. When Joyce announced his resignation, Qantas flight crew were high-fiving on flights. Bloody hell. Do you guys, those of you in Australia, I'm curious, do you guys think anything will change under this Vanessa Hudson? Because she's just like a female Alan Joyce, isn't she? From what I understand reading into it, I mean, in the disagreement with Qatar, Qatar Airways have dropped all their highly sought after perks to Qantas staff after the airline was denied more flights in Australia. They were previously offering highly discounted business class upgrades, with Qantas staff only paying 1/10 of the commercial value of a ticket. Wow. They've now cancelled the offers, with Qantas staff no longer able to access the discounts from September the 18th. Qantas notified its staff by email last week that the national airline will be reverting to the standard One World reciprocal agreement available to all 13 airlines in the alliance, including American Airlines, British Airways, Finnair, Iberia and Fiji Airways. The move comes after former Qantas CEO Alan Joyce revealed that he had lobbied the government against allowing Qatar to fly more planes into and out of Australia. He said during the inquiry, Qantas had been open and clear about the fact it made representations to the government about Qatar. Like everybody, a lot of airlines and a lot of other parties, we did make representations, we've been open about that. We put our case to the government, and we said to the government that capacity was coming back. Surely you need to expand the flights then, you idiot, and allow more in. Granting a carrier a doubling of their traffic rights in the short term would cause distortion. Wow, one of the reasons why the request by Qatar was rejected to expand their flights into Australia was linked to an incident of 2020 at Qatar's Doha airport when 13 Australian women, female air passengers, were among 18 travellers intimately examined by investigators after a newborn baby was found abandoned in a bin. Qantas Airlines were contacted for comment and they didn't reply. Crikey. Not while Albanese is in power. Calgary belongs to WestJet, Toronto belongs to Air Canada. How come? As in, like, they actually own the airport, or something else? Gav, no worries, buddy. Look at the model. The model's not round on the Fenix, not on the nose. I just noticed that there's little like angular bits, the square bits here. Oh, now I'm not going to be able to unsee that. Commentator, welcome, buddy. Scott, is that with Qantas? 30,000 miles gets you a coffee at flight level 360. My goodness. Yeah, I mean, if their laws allow that, I'm not saying it's great, but there's a baby that's been put in a bin, for goodness sake. If they suspect that certain people are involved, then surely they should be allowed to investigate that. Imagine if it was found to have been one of them, and I bet the excuse wouldn't have been used. Jack says, can I say it's just nice to be able to watch a stream without studying. I'm tempted to crack open some beer, but I'm flying New Sky, I want to land first. Do it! Do it anyway. I expect you to have had a few before we land. Fair enough. I get the point, Scott. Yeah, devalued massively anyway. Qantas's credibility is so far in the gutter with the public, they have no choice but to make some sort of effort to improve, whether they like it or not. Surely, if everybody lobbied to expand international air traffic, then they will be forced to kind of improve. Carlito, I didn't know Air Canada was considered rubbish. I don't like their liveries, to be fair, but the interior of the aeroplanes are quite cool. And the crew are always really nice. Squidgy runway, Ian. How are you? I'm good. How are you doing? And British Airways have just devalued their frequent flyer, the Avios redemptions, when you convert and use them on various airlines like Japan Airlines now, from what I gather as well. They've done some devaluing there. So I think all the airlines are kind of doing it. And they'll just blame inflation. Justin, it's done an AIG upgrade and a paint reinstall. Have you noticed a difference? I found performance is a bit better. Like I said, it still takes a little while to update because it's refreshing. I think 500 paint schemes with the AIG stuff. Now they've gone to version 2, so it's a huge difference. We've just passed Crete. No. Corfu. I've not really followed Beyond ATC. A few weeks ago, well, maybe a month ago now actually, when we were talking about it last, I was adding it to like a beta group to kind of do final tests and do a little bit of work with creating content prior to its release, but nothing really materialised from it. So I don't tend to chase. I've been so busy recently as well, I haven't had a chance to chase. Mike travelled with Qantas a bit. A while ago went to New Zealand, found them rubbish. God forbid you need any kind of special assistance. As a wheelchair user, he was not impressed. Surely you'd be able to, if it's bad enough, surely you'd be able to take them to court for that. You know, breaching whatever the Australian version of the Equality Act is, perhaps. Yeah, living the dream. So you would have to have booked one way with British Airways to San Francisco with your Avios with a companion ticket, and then have a separate booking entirely for San Fran to Hawaii. So you'd have to have two bookings effectively. Kind of similar to how I would be structuring the FS Expo flights. So flying Heathrow to Phoenix with my American Express companion voucher and my Avios, but then paying for a revenue flight from Vegas back to Phoenix on the day I fly home, because you can't use the companion voucher for non-British Airways operated aircraft. If that helps. That is the tip of the boot, I believe. No, it's not. Well, it is a part of the boot. It is Italy though. Gallipoli, Brindisi, that kind of part. And the Gulf of Taranto is this little bit here. We're zipping up the Ionian Sea at the moment. Crossing over to Italy. I'm going to try and video my elements of my flight to Mauritius. I'll put it on Instagram potentially as a bit of like a reel or a story. I'd share my journey with you guys to Mauritius, I think, if that's something you would like to see. Living the dream. The BA Premium Amex, right? That's what I've got. Really, really good card, to be fair. But I mean, I went through a phase a little while ago. Virgin Atlantic did like a reward transfer with a status match for BA to other bits. However, Virgin Atlantic is such a tiny airline. I think the points are a little bit rubbish. And I think, I don't know, the cabin as well is very plastic, fantastic. I think they're all pretty much much of a muchness as well. I've not, touch wood, quickly find some wood and touch it, I've not had a bad experience with British Airways yet. And I've had some chaotic trips, but they've always helped solve it without much effort. Off on Tuesday, commentator, 12-hour flight. Oh, nice, Mike. So the French were taking your independence away from you. That's insane. Mind you, I don't think there's much thing. I don't think there's such thing as equality, is there, on in France? That's awful. Same 73 Simmer. I always thought, like you said as well, you kind of hear the Qantas name and you'd think it would be quite prestigious and a little bit exotic as well, because you know it's the other side of the world. There's always a little bit of a thing with Brits kind of admiring Australia a little bit. I don't know why. For me, it's like that magical place far, far away that I've always want to visit, but it's just too far for me. Commentator, yeah, outbound business class, flying home premium economy, and I thought that way we could, it's a night flight as well, so we could experience the lounge, nice food, comfortable seats, all that kind of thing, and then sleep in a lie flat bed, get a nice refresh, get a couple of hours sleep on board the flight through the night, and then wake up, maybe watch another movie, have a nice breakfast on board the aircraft, and then start our holiday feeling fresh. And then on the way home, not too much of a need for it, so premium economy on the way back. And we'll just sleep after the meal service, I think, for a few hours. I think you can use Avios, living the dream, with American Airlines and all that kind of thing, from what I understand. But you can't use your Amex companion voucher. So if you were going to book with Avios, you would be able to book American Airlines flights or Japan Airlines flights and things like that with Avios. I think I'd have to double check to make sure I'm completely correct, but you could book with Avios, but you can't use an Amex companion voucher because of the redemption rules around the usage of that. Oh, Justin, I wish. Probably not for a long time. Someone else at work now has applied to the Western Australia thing that I was talking about a little while ago. So they're probably going to be moving to Australia in about 6 months. David, welcome. Got back on VATSIM after being off for a couple of months. Forgot how much fun it is when you're in the swing of things. Absolutely. Especially when it's busy and you get a bit of a flow going. It's pretty nice. Part of our route now, folks, if I show you guys Volanta, it involves passing through that, so I'm not sure what that is and what to expect, but we'll find out when we get there. Justin said something about coffee. Ah yes, fresh from the galley behind. Very nice. British Outgeek coffee. So we've literally just left Greek airspace, and as I've left it, they've come online. That's always the way. Weird route into France though, look, we're kind of zigzagging all the way down the coast from La Rochelle. From Limoges, we're heading out to the coast, Bay of Biscay, and we're pretty much just hugging that all the way around into Brest. Really weird, kind of sectoring that. Crikey, Carlito, that doesn't sound good. Are you flying Air Canada? From Paris back to Canada? Or are you flying with Air France? Justin, appreciate that. Andrew, good morning to you. Hope you're well. Best thing to find out on a long haul is airport facilities. Some have a gym, showers, sleeping cells, etc. to break the flight up. Yeah, I mean for me, I try and go direct where I can. So if I was to go to Australia, I'd be more inclined to do the direct service with Qantas. But then I don't know, 16 hours aboard an aeroplane, even for me, fills me with dread. And I know the missus won't even get up and move and stretch. Which means that, in effect, she'll probably end up with a blood clot. Because she doesn't want to move on a plane. Look at that! What goes there? Right on the coast. It's a noise track, car circular track. I found it. I don't know what it is though. Santa Chiari car dynamic platform. Voltaire Vitere. Right. What is that? Is that like a Ferrari test track? Nardo test track, Robbie. There we go. Thanks Famous raceway and testing ground, Christopher's saying there as well. I love how you guys knew that in an instant. That's epic. Good knowledge. I'll grab a screenshot of it. First time seeing that. 12 hours 15 minutes Ram. Blardice says, which of the 3 upcoming single engine turboprops are you most excited about? Hard to choose. Maybe PC12, but it's all very close. Carly says his flight from Paris was delayed by 1 hour because he missed the slot, or the pilots missed the slot, so they had to wait 45 minutes for a new slot, and then when they pushed back taxi to the end of the runway, they had to wait another 15 minutes for a takeoff slot. Bloody hell. Ah, the Emirates flight to Mauritius. Taking Corsair back to Canada next week. I didn't know Corsair was still about. Ooh. Just flown underneath us. That was so rapid like that. I didn't even react in time. No, I haven't done my Mod 1 or Mod 2 yet, Christopher. That's in November. Mark says on a long flight, hello to you. There was a mad dash to the loos and a teenager fainted. I managed to catch him before he hurt himself. The mum said he hadn't drunk anything and had sat for 12 hours. My goodness. It's not uncommon for people to do a long haul flight, even 7-8 hours, and they sit and they don't move, and they can be fit as a fiddle, young as anything. And then because they haven't moved for that length of time, what you end up getting is a situation where their blood will clot slightly. They're not squeezing their leg muscles and doing all the kind of little exercises and things to keep your circulation good during those long flights. They're just sat there, not wanting to move. And I've gone to see people who have they're in their 20s and they've done that. And the clot has moved up and it's gone into their heart and it's stopped it beating straight away. CPR. Mid-20s, and her life wrecked because she didn't want to move around on the flight. When we flew to Mauritius last time, for about 2 days after our flight, my missus, and I kept saying to her all the way through the flight, go move around, go for a walk down the back, stretch your legs, chat to the crew, go to the toilet at the back of the plane, then walk all the way back to the front and exercise. And she didn't. So for 2 days after we arrived in Mauritius, she kept complaining that one of her legs was throbbing, and I said, you've got a clot in your leg, that's why. You're lucky you haven't had a heart attack. I mean, in a way, that's where alcohol is good, because it thins your blood slightly. Yeah, that's good, Andrew. It makes all the difference, doesn't it? Being able to kind of exercise a little bit as well, change your scenery. Crikey, Justin. Yeah, it's more regular than people think. Certainly post-COVID, when some people have had these, like the AstraZeneca jab that was found to be blood clotting people in certain age groups. Then, in effect, I think it's left more and more people susceptible to DVT and clots forming, and therefore hearts stopping on long haul flights. Meek64, hello to you. I always force myself to go to the loo every 2 hours on a long haul flight just to get the blood moving. Absolutely, you've got to squeeze the legs, squeeze the butt as well, squeeze your glutes, exercise, get that blood moving around. I will go down to the end of the cabin. Every couple of hours I'll get up and I'll move. I'll walk into the galley, I'll have a little chat with the crew, see how they're getting on, see if they're looking forward to their night stop or their 2 or 3 days down route. And that will have me stood up for a little bit. I'll have a little drink in the galley while I'm chatting to them, providing they're not busy. And then I'll walk back to my seat, having had a little bit of a leg stretch, squeeze my legs. You can physically squeeze the muscles in your thighs and stuff, your legs, just to help circulate the blood. And as Scott was saying as well, compression socks are really good. These longer flights most certainly are vital for that kind of thing. Mark says he has to move about because he's really tall and most flights are quite uncomfortable. Flight Tim Sim, welcome. Allegedly so. I think for most of them you fly EasyJet for some of the more rigorous exercise. Certainly from the viral videos of late. A lot of clouds starting to form, isn't it? That was that huge weather system that we saw stretching north on Volanta, going all the way off that way. But stunning views from here. Look at that. Is that Brindisi? I think it might be. Justin, yeah, there was an EasyJet one last week, I think it was, or the week before. That was quite funny. The crew opened up the toilet door. Well, preemptively turn that on. Andrew does yoga in the waiting area before boarding the plane, and he always boards last. How many funny looks do you? How many funny looks do you get doing that? Out of curiosity, Andrew. Do you get the passengers boarding around you while you're doing like downward dog, staring at you, thinking, "Who's this guy? What is he doing?" Thing is, if it stops you getting certainly blood clots and things, it's perfect. 15.9 knot crosswind now. I'm about to head into this cloud. We'll see how we get on with it all. Carlito fell back in love with the A380 during this trip. It's so smooth for the size of it. Absolutely, it's brilliant, isn't it, for an aeroplane? For me, I'll tend to do like squats and things like that. Or I'll just go for a walk. Just walking around is enough. Ooh, looks like it's right at 360. A little bit of cloud serving. I doubt it, Justin. I think we'll be looking at summer 2024, if I'm honest. That's always been my guess, and I still probably commit to that being a... Yeah, I think that's probably where my guess would remain, unless they bring news out to say otherwise at some point over the next few months. I certainly can't see it coming in 2023. I'll be very, very surprised. Oh, brilliant. I wonder if the neighbour can hear me. He's outside my window cutting my lawn at the moment. How random. Actually cutting my own lawn in my front garden. Bizarre. It's quite weird watching him, to be fair. What? How random. Oh, Andrew, no, probably not. Not initially. I mean, Australia on a one-way ticket, having never gone before, I think is a huge gamble. I think, therefore, I'd probably want to make sure that I've gone at least once to explore, just to see what it's all like. See if I like it or not, see if I could even see myself living out there, because I might turn up there and go, hell no, absolutely not. Yeah, 100% Mikhail, and everybody will be doing Heathrow Dubai. Everyone will do Heathrow Dubai. Or Heathrow Paris. It'd be something short like that. I'm going to do Heathrow Frankfurt back, or just Heathrow to Frankfurt, maybe return if the time permits, because that's what I did as cabin crew on the proving flights when British Airways had the A380 delivered. So that's always going to be the kind of sector that I'm going to be training on when that comes. Perth to Dubai, Justin, my goodness. Carlito's probably going to do Mauritius to Dubai, or Dubai to Mauritius. Yeah, it's an odd looking aeroplane, isn't it, Rab, to be fair? Miguel, nice. For a minute there I panicked thinking that was my top of descent, but it's not. We're going a lot further than you, aren't we? Yeah, I mean the way that it deals with the A380, the way that it deals with turbulence is mightily impressive. They've put that technology onto the A350s now as well, so you get the flaperons, and in turbulence the flaperons wiggle away to stabilise the wing and smooth it out for the passengers. It's remarkable how it does it, and it's all automated. Living the Dream says, I've heard a rumour from a pilot friend who knows Mr. Anybuilds. It's not widely known that they are working on an A380. That sounds exciting. It certainly does. It'll be interesting to see if they are, which one releases first. And hopefully we get the PMDG 777 at some point soon. I reckon November, December. And yeah, we do need the A350, absolutely. Scott says, I was lucky enough to be at Farnborough Air Show when the A380 first demonstrated. It flew over the runway at an incredibly slow speed. It was as if it defied physics. First time I ever saw an A380, I was at Bristol Airport. Stood on the steps at the door of my Thomson Airways 757, waiting to board, and Airbus flew one over Bristol Airport. Full flaps, landing gear down, again slow, and it was incredible. It looked like it was barely moving, but just the sheer size of it makes it look slower than it actually is. I agree with you, Rab. A350 is a cracking jet. Justin, have I done any ground control as of late? Unfortunately not, no. I've tried to organise staff ups, but VATSIM UK just aren't interested. I can't get anybody except for one person to even think about saying yes or giving me availability. So it's pretty frustrating, to be honest. When East Midlands was released, I wanted to kind of get involved there with a controller stream, but nobody can be bothered to help, which is sad. The MD-11 next month, Andrew, I don't think it's going to be that great when it comes, to be honest. From what I've read, it doesn't have LNAV or VNAV, so it's a little bit FSS E-Jet-esque, with it not really being able to do very much, from what I gather. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what I read. I'm sure someone else can expand on that more. Jack's still waiting for controller training. Not good. That's been a while now that you've been waiting for that, hasn't it? Correct, Sato, yes. It's only the collector's edition purchases, which is the pre-release of the pre-release. Or the pre-order of the pre-order, because they've done 2 pre-orders now, haven't they? They've done the collector's edition last year, and then they've done this other pre-order thing recently, which is a different name, but it's also a pre-order of the MD-11. But only the first 1,000 people that got the collector's edition are getting the release next month of the MD-11. But I don't think it's going to have... Let me dig it out, because I'm sure it's going to be barely flyable from what I read. And I certainly read it thinking, why? Why are they even releasing it in that state? Where is it? I'm sure I'm in their Discord server. TFDI. Let's see. Smart Cars 3, whatever. Where is it? MD-11 dev updates. It's got to be in here. It's a very confusing server. No, still nothing. Where is it? Crikey. The heck? I think we're going to try and get out of this. Whatever that was, just completely threw us. Thankfully, the seatbelt signs are on. Go to 380. So that's 80 miles east of Alaxi. Severe turbulence. Justin, that's good. That's how it should be. We do. Cruise level above flight max. So I can't get out of 3.6. That's chuffing annoying. We can't climb to 3.8 because it's above the maximum that we can actually achieve. It's thinning out now anyway. Zata says, as much as I love the MD-11, in the case of the Rotate MD-11, I purchased it on the first day. I wouldn't dare pre-order an aircraft, so yeah, I'll pass. Wise move, I think. Brest, Andrew. It's about 120 nautical miles north of Bellybutton. There you go, near Quimper. It's right up here, northwest coast of France. Brest. And there's the UK. We're only just near Rome Fiumicino. I am flying a new Sky, Justin. Always. It's detected wind shear. There was a thing a little while ago, wasn't there, about what TFDI designs were releasing in the MD-11? Like a news article or something. I have to Google it, bear with me. Right. They've set an initial release window for their highly anticipated MD-11 Collector's Edition, featuring both passenger and freighter versions of the aircraft, as well as the limited edition extended range variant for Collector's Edition people, set to release around October the 16th as a target date. After the release of the Collector's Edition, it will take some time for the aircraft to enter its next phase, early access. So the first pre-order gump that they did a year ago, that's the Collector's Edition, and then about 2, 3, 4 months ago they did another pre-order. That's what they called early access, and then it will be general release. So it'll take some time. What the? Jesus Christ! What the hell is going? 68 knots. Surely that's exceeded the maximum G of the aeroplane. Absolute madness. The percentages below indicate how close each individual section of the project is to the Collector's Edition state. So, autopilot, auto throttle, stability assistance and speed protection is 5% of the overall project. That'll almost be complete. Basic modes. such as heading hold, altitude hold, vertical speed, speed on pitch, speed hold are implemented. Magenta line tracking coding has begun. Controllers have been retuned. Logic related to things like IAS, MAC changeover, more detailed handling of various units are being added. Magenta line tracking in progress. Straight line tracking is strong and curves being worked on for auto flight. FMS. It supports lateral revisions, SID start entry, airway entry, and most of the init page. Various V-speeds and other critical performance data have been integrated. As more advanced autoflight and FMS details are added, fine-tuning to items like trim green band, engine parameters, and conditionally displayed like V-speeds are being added. Engine sounds are still being worked on. Crew alert warning system stuff had been implemented. The sounds. Only the EFB and installer are included in the collector's edition phase. Core systems. The fuel system is mostly implemented, including automatic fuel transfer and advanced system logic like pump pressure timeouts. Air system is partially implemented with the air synoptic functioning. Most fuel logic is present and functional. The air system is partially implemented. Air system progress continues. The outflow valve simulation is complete and integrations with other systems are underway. It sounds like they're going to have most of it actually working for the collector's edition. So it sounds like they've made some really good progress. I would be interesting to see how they've done it all. Justin, so that's not a VATSIM issue, it's a GSX thing. So it's the way GSX is replicating everyone else on VATSIM during pushback, if that makes sense. So when you see somebody push back on VATSIM, but they're using GSX, it makes them do weird things. Flight plan lurch to LMG is to be avoided from military training area. Is that on ours today? Well, the collector's edition, Andrews, it was like £80, and that was released last year as a pre-order. It was that was the first 1,000 units to be sold, kind of thing. They did that pre-release crowdfunding job a year ago now, I think it was, wasn't it? I mean, fair enough, they've stuck with it, but I hated it. I hated the idea of that at the time, and I'm still not comfortable with it. But if it sounds as good as it does, then they might have a really good product in their hands fairly soon. Yeah, stunning views, look at that. It's going to be about 100 quid in total release, I think, Andrew. So what's that, almost 150 US? Or was it in dollars, like $80? Can't remember. I'll have to double check. It was a whole year ago now, I can't remember anyway. But you can't buy the collector's edition version anymore anyway. You have to buy... You can't buy the early access one anymore either, actually, I don't think. There you go, pre-order $80 US. It's only $5 or so off, so it's about 60 quid. The product will be offered in a la carte style packages. Weird phrase. If you purchase either the cargo or passenger package, the other package is available for the reduced rate, with the exception of the pre-sale edition, see below. The extended simulation package will include operational failures, an advanced custom failures menu, and some circuit breaker functionality. The base pack, cargo or passenger, is $70 US. The expansion, which is the one you haven't purchased already, is an additional $10, and for the extended simulation package, that's $5. Join the pre-sale and subsequent early access period. So the pre-sale's gone. We're now in the early access pre-sale period, the next one along. All packages are combined into a single pre-sale edition for the price of $80 US. So you literally get $5 off. That's the price of a coffee. Not really a discount, is it? We anticipate support for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, but cannot officially confirm until we have more details regarding the simulator. Harrison, welcome. How to grab camera angles for the A321neo? No idea. No idea. It would just be normal ways to set your own custom views, I think. Shuts, we're talking about the TFDI Design MD-11. Currently, Justin, yeah, the 737-800 certainly seems to be my favourite one. The Continental premiered on Amazon yesterday. Shuts, hope you're okay. Hope you're doing well. What's the Continental, Christopher? Grabs over Corsica already. We're making great progress. We're barely past. I don't think we're past Rome yet, in fact. No, we're about to pass Rome. So if I go to this view and we look over there, that's Rome Fiumicino there, which means there's Rome. Yes, we're literally passing Rome now. Is the TV show taking place in the John Wick universe? It's about the hotel in the movie some 40 years earlier. I didn't even know that was a thing. That sounds brilliant. Ian, hello buddy. Very good, thank you. I hope you're well. Can't really see the Colosseum from here. Ah, there's the Vatican. See it? I wonder if therefore that's meant to be the Colosseum. Oh well, we got to see the Pope. Thunderstorms over Sardinia for Rab. Okay, brilliant. Sounds like we're flying towards that as well. A little bit more turbulence. The Aerosoft A300F, Andrew. No idea. That's got to be releasing at some point soon. I think. I might have to watch that, Christopher. It sounds quite good. I love a John Wick. Love John Wick. It's so good. Yeah, I was trying to look for Chuck Norris, Andrew, but we couldn't see him down there below. Apparently he could see us though. Universal Flight Tablet for PMDG should be coming soon, Harrison, hopefully. Who knows? Did you know there are 2.27 popes per square kilometre in the Vatican? No, I didn't. Does that include all the little random body parts of all the previous popes? Because they keep like the thumb or the eye or whatever of the old popes, don't they? And put them in the little saint chalices. Something like that anyway. That would mean the Vatican is about 0.17 square miles. Master, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. I hope you're well. Hit that thumbs up button. Give us a like. Long goal set is about 4 and a bit hours today, because it is probably the last stream for about 3 weeks. So that's why I kind of wanted to push it as much as I could today. Shared intelligence from the Five Eyes intelligence community, Britain, US, Canada, all that, helped identify that thing that happened in Canada the other day. Naughty India doing an assassination. Canadian Flyer, good morning. Rab used to love the Kung Fu movies back in the day. The noise always came 5 minutes after their hit. A little bit Street Fighter-esque. You'd see the kick and then a minute later you hear whoosh. .17 square miles or 0.44 square kilometres. Therefore 2.27 popes per square kilometre in the Vatican. There's your random fact of the day, folks, for the next time you're at a pub quiz. QI taught you that. Is that still about? I've only watched 1 or 2 QI. Found it hurt my brain. Absolutely, Canadian Flyer. We follow, interestingly enough, it's on the news a lot in the UK at the moment as well. But it's interesting to see the Five Eyes Committee, the intelligence sharing countries, all helped put that package together. So it's not like they can turn around and go, oh, we didn't know anything about it, Canada are making it up. There's a lot more to it. And for a country to say, this country has done this on our soil, or is linked to doing this on our soil, they have to usually be in completely no doubt. Look at the Skripals with the Salisbury poisoning in the UK. You know, that wasn't announced until there was absolute certainty that that is what's happened. And then they named the suspects. Yeah, you're miles ahead, Rab. Because you were over Corsica, weren't you, some time ago now? We're only just leaving the coast of Italy now. Just below us here. We'll have the coast pop up any second. There it is. Ta-da! Beautiful colours. Look at the ground. MSFS smashing it. Approaching Nice. Justin says, I've got a stream deck. Have you bought any of the flight panels? Oh my god. You've just reminded me. With everything's been going on over the last few weeks, they contacted me and asked me if I wanted to become kind of a bit of a, not a brand sponsor, but like I kind of wanted to review some of their stuff. Oh goodness, where is that email? Uh-oh. I had it somewhere. 1242. Napoli, probably. Oh, Roma Radar. Is that his volume?
8009, radar contact.
God, really quiet.
Flight to Sibyl. Expected Sibyl 3 Alpha, arrival ILS 16 left.
Flight to Sibyl, and expecting the Sibyl 3 Alpha arrival for the ILS Whiskey 16 left, 30809.
Sky Travel 279 Roma Radar, good day.
Sky Travel 2793, good day to you,
Sky
sir.
Travel.
Radar contact, proceed as fine.
Proceed as fine, Sky Travel 279
Roma Radar, good afternoon. Aegean 420, flight level 360, inbound Echo Lima Bravo.
Confirm consignment Sky Travel 2843.
Aegean 420.
Aegean 430. 420, okay. Sorry, sir. Aegean 420, radar contact. Proceed as fine.
We'll go Aegean 420, thanks.
And Osprey 459 are with you.
Box 459, good evening to you, radar contact. Confirm you are proceeding on Latina 3 Alpha arrival.
Technically, you've not seen me speak English, Master. You've only heard me.
Echo arrival.
Okay, so you are on the radar vectoring, descend flight level 100 and maintain heading. Maintain present heading.
Where's that email I had
100
on?
and proceed on heading 289
Maybe it was on Instagram.
Osprey 459. Roma, buon pomeriggio, Sky Travel
brilliant.
2843.
Free sunglasses for you.
Aduca.
Block report.
Good day, Sky Travel
Scam.
2843, radar contact.
I've been on
proceed
Instagram
as
for a
fine.
few days. Just full of dross.
Bravo Radar, good afternoon. Ascot 225 with you, flight levels.
Flight panels, there we go.
Bravo.
Oh, it's hidden in me messages.
2205, good evening to you, radar contact. Flight 12 by Lima Bravo.
Roma Radar, good evening. Osprey 598 at flight level 340. Inbound Echo Lima Bravo 90 miles, heading 288.
598, good day
There
to
we
you,
are.
radar
I've replied to
contact.
them now.
Proceed
My
as
goodness, I feel terrible. That was over a week ago now. So I hope they don't think I ignored them. It went into my Instagram spam folder. Roma Radar is a VATSIM legend, Mike says.
Good day to you, radar contact. Proceed
How
as
come?
fine.
Copy that. 1475.
I don't recognise the voice. Sandra, have a good day at work.
Osprey 8656 at flight level 360, inbound for Echo Lima Bravo.
8656, you don't have a flight plan. Please send the flight plan, thank you.
We'll send flight plan. That's unusual, but we'll send it now. Osprey 8656.
Have you
Yeah, you don't have a flight plan.
go onto your B-Pilot, click flight plan. I don't think you fetched from server.
Roma Radar, good day. This is Osprey 236 with you, flight level 360, inbound Echo Lima Bravo.
236.
Andy, very
good day
nice.
to you,
Very
radar
Finuccino,
contact.
flight from Dubai
Proceed
for
as
him.
fine.
Proceed as planned. Wilco, Osprey 236, thank you.
Itaro 8009 are descend flight level 1.
Mike says I know his voice. Takes no crap. Love it.
Descend level 170 with 0800.
8656, and now your flight plan is okay. Radar contact, proceed as fine.
We're about to go back to Unicom.
Yeah, apologies for that. Must have been a bit of a glitch. Osprey 8656 proceeding as filed. Thank you.
Got my seats booked for next week. Seat 2A. Can't wait. It's as far forward as I can sit.
Roma Radar, good day. Ryanair 4112 at Berga.
Well, mind you, actually, I've not booked my. Chuffy neck.
Sir, you don't have flight plan. Send flight plan, thank you.
I've not booked the Vegas to Phoenix flight.
Tomjet 903 Golf, are you on this frequency?
For after Flight Sim Expo next year. Prices are steadily rising. £106. Bloody hell. Shut some off to Mauritius, where Carlito currently is, in fact.
And Roma Radar, buongiorno. Speedbird 6458 at 400.
Speedbird 6458, you don't have a flight plan.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I'll file it for you.
2 for 2.
Roma, good evening. Tomjet 93 Golf. You're passing level 340 inbound Polit.
Tomjet 93 Golf, descend flight level 110.
Rab says I was watching World War II Wings flight on
approach runway
YouTube and the
10.
controller kept telling the first officer to wait for him to call back. And it was like listening to a frustrated controller on VATSIM at Samos.
Yes, and the standard arrival will be Arbum 2 Romeo.
Yeah, make sure we've all pulled our flight plans, folks, from the VATSIM server. The controller's waiting to tell you off.
And Roma radar, Speedbird 645H flight plan should be found for you.
Yes, now is okay. Speedbird 6458, radar contact. Proceed as filed.
Proceed as filed, Speedbird 645.
First time we've had the Italian air traffic control.
459, turn
nice.
left heading 180 and descend 6,000 feet. Local QNH 1011.
Left 180 down to 6 south.
We'll be on Unicom in a moment again.
1011 for Osprey 459.
That's Corsica.
Ryanair 4112 now flight.
Jaxio down there.
Ryanair 4112 now is okay. You are clear
correct.
to
It is, yes.
Bergamo.
There we go, lovely.
Via
We've not flown into there for a while either. That's a
Juliet.
brilliant location.
Initially 6,000 feet. Transponder 1,000. Runway 06.
Always tempted to press that to see if it opens. You shouldn't. You think they'd code it not to, but...
Initial climb 6,000, squawk 1,000, depart runway 06, Ryanair 4112.
4112. Start and push approved facing west.
Start approved facing west, Ryanair 4112, thank you.
Roma radar, hello, Sky Travel 3 Charlie Echo, flight level 350 and inbound Aduca.
Sky Travel 3 Charlie Echo, radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 360.
Climb flight level 360, Sky Travel 3 Charlie Echo.
Aegean 420, monitor Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
122.8 for Aegean 420, thanks, bye. Nice to have a little bit of ATC, even if it was just for a few brief moments. Sometimes that's a good thing, living the dream. Sometimes it's nice to kind of dip and avoid it. I like to have ATC all the time. Some people like to kind of just about avoid it. Wrong buttons. So what the hell is going on here? We're only just beyond halfway. It's a long old way, this. Might have to go and make a coffee in a moment. Wait, what time is it? I don't know if it'll be too late for me. Getting up early for work tomorrow. 14:24 should be okay. I've got 1 day back at work before I'm then on annual leave for almost 4 weeks. So I look forward to it. Pretty much almost an entire month off work. With the way my new shifts have aligned anyway, at least. It's actually given me more time off than than I had previously with my annual leave, with the way it works coming back into days off and things. It's brilliant. I like the sound of that, Mike. You know what? I'm going to go and make a coffee, and I'm going to go and grab a quick little bit of Colin the Caterpillar cake, I think, as well. see me through. So I'll be back in 5 minutes, stretch the legs at the 2-hour point, get the blood flowing, prevent the DVT, and I'll be back in just a mo, with a coffee in hand, no doubt as well, I think. Or maybe instead of calling the caterpillar cake, maybe some wheat crunchy crisps. Ooh, lovely. Awesome, back with a coffee in hand, a Mexican coffee in fact. And then I threw down some wheat crunchies, which are pretty cool. Clipper, welcome. 9:26 AM in the US for him. Welcome, good morning to you. Rabbi, remember that as well. We've not been in the Antonov 225 for a while, have we, since? But that was hard work, that. Good spot, Jack. Justice said, who else has purchased the Brest airport scenery for the live stream gathering? Looking forward to seeing it. Looks good on any builds. I only loaded in to grab the screenshot. It looked quite nice, to be fair. Something small and unique. Very few flights operate to here, though. To Brest, unfortunately. Aer Lingus operate an ATR service, ATR 72-600, which is pretty good, from Dublin, which was almost one of the options. So, but I'll have to buy for the version 2 Dublin. Annoyingly for that. Watch Pilot Pete, when you get pinged by ATC, where do you see who is calling you and which frequency to call to respond? So on VPilot, oh yeah, Mike, yes, a nice one. I like Colombia. Colombia's my favourite, but Costa Rica close second. So for me, I've got a ping, the little beep beeps, and then you click onto VPilot, and when you load up there, you will see a message from them, and it will be their call sign. So in our case, earlier on, we had the ding a minute ago that said LIRR_N_CTR message. When I clicked it, it said contact me on whatever frequency it was, and then on the list on VPilot, I can see that that is a certain frequency. So you double click it, and it will then tell you the call sign. And then you tune in and chat away. Oh no, shuts. Smoky bacon. Always bacon flavour. Spicy tomato. That said, and I'm not a fan of tomato generally, but I make an exception when I'm on aeroplanes at altitude. I always like a red snapper, I think it is, isn't it? It's basically a Bloody Mary, but with gin instead of vodka. And if you ask for it extra spicy, you get an extra little blast of Worcestershire sauce for it as well. Always a good one, that. I wonder what catering they're going to have on this flight. It's a night flight for me. It takes off at 7:30 though. They brought the flight forward a number of about 2 hours. Because 2 years ago we did the same flight, and we actually took off at about 9:30 at night, so it was already dark, and then we arrived around midday in Mauritius. This time we're arriving at about 10 in the morning in Mauritius instead. Although that's just made me remember. I wonder if my transfers actually have the new flight times. That'd be awkward, wouldn't it? That'd be a terrible start to the holiday, just stuck, standing there for 2 hours. I have to find out my travel booking now. Kipper, indeed. It's a good time for one, Justin, then. 21:34 for you. Perfect timing. 42 nautical miles to Brest, just turning off the centre tank pumps, approaching Marseille. I'm sure it was taxi service Mauritius.
Bravo Oscar on bound 04.
Oops. Online payments should be made 1 day before the trip. I might have paid 2 months ago. I think I might have to drop them a message. Oh no, I've got the correct time there. Good job, good job. I'm going to have to drop them a WhatsApp. They do WhatsApp messages. You can't just add.
East traffic Foxtrot, Bravo, Oscar, runway 04 right, vacated, East traffic. East traffic Foxtrot, Bravo, Oscar, crossing runway 04 left.
Taxi Mauritius was added to your contacts. Happy days. Khalid says it was 3,100 rupee from the airport to the hotel. It was a 1 hour drive. For me, return journey was 80 quid. Oh, look at that view. Oh, cheeky little right turn as well. Woo! Yeah, buddy! That's spectacular, isn't it? Look at that. The coastline as well, the detail. Beautiful. So stunning. AFL, the Australian Football League Grand Final next weekend. Collingwood versus Brisbane. My goodness, 110,000 people at the Melbourne Cricket Ground as well. Justin watched his beloved Blues lose. Good morning, Automator. Welcome, welcome. Well, how many 80 quid? In Mauritian rupee, 4,371 rupees. But that's a bargain then compared to how much you've paid. Carlito, you should have hit me up. I'd have sent you the links that we used these people last time. They were brilliant. Two-way airport transfer package and a discount as well. Book it. It was 95. Actually, 95 euros. 4,527 rupee. There we go. About 85 quid. We arrive on the 27th. Yeah, we do. Days. They've got my message. Clipper, no, it's not that common. It's quite a unique place to go on holiday. So you've got like the Maldives is the super luxury madness. Mauritius is kind of like a step down from that, if that makes sense. But a 5-star in Mauritius is like a 6-7 star equivalent, if there was such a thing, in the rest of Europe on holidays in Greece and things like that. It's pretty incredible. We visited once because a couple of years ago we just thought, you know what, we've gone to the Caribbean and we've gone to these other locations, stayed in 4 or 5-star hotels in the Caribbean, but it was never really that great customer service. It was always quite rude. Certainly in the Dominican Republic we were treated like third-class citizens, or third-class tourists, because we weren't Americans, so we weren't dropping tips, and we weren't Spanish. So we thought, you know what, let's just go somewhere else, try a different part of the world entirely, because maybe it's the region that's the problem. Maybe it's, I don't know, just the difference in service. And we read a lot of really good things about Mauritius. So I thought, heck, you know what, we'll pay a little bit of extra cash, we'll go and book somewhere special. And we've only visited the one time. We spent 15 days on holiday there 2 years ago, and it was just spectacular. I've never been anywhere like it. So really excited to go back. We're staying in a different part of the island this time though. The hotel we stayed at previously is now well out of our budget because they've had a refurb and they've doubled the price. So I don't think we'll ever go back there again, even though we would love to. Lock approach, Hitesh, is an instrument approach because you're using the localizer. It's kind of like an ILS in a way, putting it really simply. Can you do a tutorial for NDB approaches for 737s? I know for A320s, but don't know how to enter the waypoints for NDB approach in Boeing and ATR. I'll work on it. Ooh, MBS Gaming's got the Lego Concorde. Has anyone else in the chat bought the Lego Concorde? I'm very tempted. Very, very, very tempted by it, I've got to say. Alright, little rules. You feel it in the back, they can feel it. Or you feel it in the front, they can feel it in the back. That's how I was always told. I've said to myself, MPS Gaming, if I get through this promotion process at work that I've put myself forward for, all the assessments, the interviews and things this year, then I'll probably treat myself to a Lego Concorde. No idea how long it'd take me to build it though, or where I would put it either, for that matter. Hello. Hello, Mr. Luke. I love it. Perfect. They've replied already. Your booking is confirmed. We look forward to seeing you on Wednesday. Oh, is it service in Mauritius is like nowhere else? We had to wait some weeks, it was delayed here in Sweden. Crikey. Hitesh says, is the Aerosoft A330 gone in cold now? I was eagerly awaiting it. False hype by Aerosoft. So, the marketing now for the Aerosoft A330 is being managed by FSS, the company behind the E-Jets. So what they're doing is marketing progress updates, but they're being quite open in the sense that they are saying in some of these marketing releases that that there's lots still to work on, whether it be the way the LNAV tackles corners and turns, to various other things like VNAV. But they're also putting together all these photographs and screenshots from the beta tester team that if you don't read the articles properly and the press releases properly from Aerosoft about their progress updates, then you could probably be fairly misled thinking it's further along than it is. And I think maybe this is the crux of the thing with Mathis. Mathis kind of wanted to control from inside some of the rhetoric about what they say and how the projects progress. Aerosoft now kind of don't want to follow that pattern anymore, and they've sought a more open, more market-based, or more marketing-based kind of attitude towards it. I think most people were expecting the A330 out by now, weren't they? So I am surprised. I reckon November, December again. That's a huge crowd, Justin. I've never really understood Australian football. Rab, that's a heck of a treat, but my goodness, what a milestone birthday as well. 60th birthday. You deserve to treat yourself to something big like that. And certainly, I mean, you're getting tons of use on it, aren't you? You're doing thousands of miles. When do I hear about my promotion, Jack? Probably November to December. It's meant to be the start of November, but they're knowing what my work are like. They'll probably delay it to December. First week of December, probably. Congratulations, Clipper, getting promoted last week. Spent money on a mountain bike gear. Very nice. $28,000 miles on your e-bike, Rab. My goodness. That's about as much as my car has got. Ashton, thanks, buddy. So in effect, and then over the next 3 and a bit weeks, you think, my goodness, where's he gone? Then you'll know I'm in a different corner of the world for 2 and a bit weeks. Hence, no live streams and content and bits. Whew, Rab, that's massive. 137,000. My goodness. There's that weird route now, as we're kind of crossing over France at the moment, and underneath the horizon there we'll have the west coast of France, and we zigzag up along it to get towards Brest. And looks like we've got an aircraft coming towards us as well, I think. No. That is... Oh, that's Gavin ahead of us. Osprey 722. There he is. Out of Nice, Côte d'Azur. That's a perfect bit of timing and separation there. Wonderful Nice. So he's up ahead of us. Look at that. Good work. So I can see his contrails. Mostly Justin. Apparently I do too many, but I try and strike a good balance. Certainly the more stressful my week is at work, the more I kind of want to get on the flight sim and decompress a little bit. So it's a healthy way of decompressing, I think. It gets the brain engaged too, doesn't it? Gets you thinking about other stuff, flying around, appreciating this epic kind of flight sim that we have been blessed with. New role for Jack in 2 weeks as well. Can't wait. Good stuff. Been working hard. Matthew, good morning. Welcome, welcome. Kalispera. Or Kalimera for you. Good morning to you. It's a bit of a random flight for Aegean to operate, really. Heraklion to Brest. It's a bit of a weird one, but I won't complain. It's allowed us to pick it for a route today. Sounds like the aeroplane's fighting some turbulence. Clipper, that's great to hear, buddy. Just remember that in 3 weeks when I come back and I'm streaming again. I think last time I had a whole load of videos all ready to go. This time I don't have that because I've been so busy at work changing teams. Last week I did 8 days of 9 on, and then I've had my motorbike delivered, various appointments, and a load of other stuff. Yesterday I was in the city doing my theory test for my motorcycle license, so I just haven't had the time to sort any of it out. And so today we're doing this nice big old 4.5 hour live stream across Europe, make up for that. But it will mean that through the next 2 or 3 weeks there won't be any kind of videos, pre-recorded videos going out there, unless I get time on Monday to squeeze one out. Pre-recorded video, that is. Get one recorded and then set it for a schedule midway through. But it's not like I can react to some of the releases. If an aircraft gets released while I'm away, I'll have to wait till I get back to check that out, of course. By that point, no doubt, if it's early, then the hype will have gone, but I would be looking forward to it nevertheless, whatever it might be. But I don't think, I'm not convinced anything is going to be releasing in the next 2 and a bit weeks anyway. Rab says you should hire a 125cc, Luke, and get some practice in. I thought about buying a 125. To be fair, I did consider that. So in addition to the motorbike I've got now, I was considering buying and insuring a little 125 and just going for a little razz about. But again, I would only have, by the time I get back off holiday and I get my motorbike back to my house and secure back in my garage, it's going to be staying elsewhere while I'm away for safety and security. When I get back, I'll only have 2 weeks, or a week and a half, I think might be. Yeah, 2 weeks until I actually start my direct access. So whether or not I hire a 125 for that time, I'm not sure, but I don't have anywhere, because I live in the countryside in the middle of nowhere now. I don't have anywhere local where I can just kind of go around the corner and hire one. My other half's parents, Clipper, they're going to be looking after him for the 2 and a bit weeks. He loves going there for sleepovers anyway. He gets on with their dogs really well and has a great time. It's good timing really, because he's only just about fit enough to post-operations to kind of have this extended sleepover period, but they're going to need to do some of his physiotherapy while we're away to keep all of that building up, all of his strength and things in his legs. It's bumpy, isn't it? Oh well, their risk. We'll unstrap them. Justin. There's the Meta for Brest. 210 at 15 knots at the moment. QNH 1018. And some cloud. So with that in mind, we can have a look at the charts for the first time in a long time. Now we've ventured most of the way across Europe. We're making some good progress across France now towards our destination. We can load in the weather. Ah well, I'm sure it's going to be fine. I won't bother with that. Right, what are we expecting? Rosbo 8 Charlie and runway 25 left. So on the left we can see an 8 knot crosswind and a 3 knot headwind. And we're expecting the ILS Zulu runway 25 left via Bodil, which is that one there. So our approach is going to look like this. Rosbo 8 Charlie heading north up to Bodil and then establishing on the ILS runway 25 left. So starting with this, Rosbo flight level 60 at or above, and then into Sovim. There's a H there, which means there's an inlay or an inset for holds. There it is. 2 different sets of holds depending on the altitude that we're at. So if we're above flight level 150 but below 190, then the hold will be that one. Max speed 240. Even though they're the same, that's a bit weird. and then a step down max 140 to minimum flight level 60. Heading in though to RB410, at or above flight level 60, and then RB407 3200 before heading in towards Landivisiau. Bodil 3000 at or above, then establishing on final approach. ILS 109.9 for the frequency, initial approach fix 338 GU. But I think we're just going to go direct in, so we're not going to fly this kind of arced procedure from GU. We can just be at Bodil at 3000 and then establish straight away. 252 degrees, 8 miles, and then on the descent in. And then we look forwards all the way through to the arrival as well at the airport. So 25 left, runway length 3,100 meters, nice and long. If we vacate with brakes, medium auto brake and reverse, we might get off at Charlie or Delta, ideally Charlie. So I mean that might even be low, I'm not sure. We could do medium auto brake and reverse idle potentially, and then vacate on Charlie, and we'll expand the chart list, have a look at the parking stands, and I'll pin that, and then we'll head into the main apron area there, only a handful of stands. Then we've got the secondary apron with cargo as well. So Rosbo 3 Charlie down to Bodil at 3000, and then Cat 2 ILS 25 left 1099 inbound from 3000 to 8 miles, 3 degrees glide slope, and we'll set the minimums at 103 on the rad out, and then I'll hand fly the last little bit in anyway, like I usually do, because that's quite nice. Do not mistake Landivisiau Airport for Brest Britannia Airport with the same runway alignment. Noted. So with that, we can go to the flight plan page, LFRB arrival, ILS Zulu 25 left, Rosbo 8 Charlie, approach via Bodil, insert. And I will scroll through, still got so many waypoints left, my goodness. Rosbo, Sovim, 410, 407, Bodil. I want that to be 3000. And that's going to then cut out the little bit at the end, so that's perfect. At or above 3000 was the altitude there. Transition level was going to be about 6000, I think. And that rad out was 103. So I'll punch that in there. Airport transfer book. Carlita says cheaper than the hotel one. Thanks, Luke. No problem at all. Saved you a little bit of cash there. How much was the saving? Was it a decent saving? And like I said, I've used them before. They were really, really good. Just confirm that you've got it booked. You can contact them on WhatsApp and stuff as well. How you doing, Darren? I hope you're well. Rab's going to have a state pension increase next year, next April. Yeah, your tax man is going to come for you though. 800 rupee difference, fair enough. Let's go up to Mach 80, shall we? Burn a bit more fuel. Plus we've got some 737s behind us that no doubt closing us down a little bit. Rab says he might get a small bike to scoot about next year. Nothing heavy as my right shoulder gives me problems. a motorbike or another e-bike. Because to be fair, you could get yourself like a little 400cc or something. Got a little bit of power still. And it's not a little Razzie 125. And you can go and do all of the stuff that you're exploring on the e-bike, but you can do that on the motorbike instead. Even more fun on the twisties. Carl Denton's just purchased the Fenix mainly to use the A321 when they release it. You know the A321 is going to be an additional product, right? It's going to be a separate aircraft package. Yeah, 4 to 500cc is everything most people need, Christopher's saying there. That's the kind of displacement Dakar bikes have. Yeah, it's a good kind of mid-range, isn't it? And it's not too heavy. My bike's really quite heavy, to be fair. I can move it around, thankfully, and lift it up onto its centre stand and all that kind of stuff, but it does make me worry a little bit, because I haven't really ridden anything big, so I haven't got the confidence or the skill yet to master that. A319 and the 321 will be a €34 add-on to the Fenix A320. So as a bolt-on, right? Or as a separate one? 350 will be a good one, Rab. Just a little bit more power, a little bit more grunt, but nothing too crazy. Nitesh says, what are your views as to what Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 would offer compared to FS 2020? I mean, if you think about it, 4 years isn't a short lifespan though, Hitesh. It's a 4-year lifespan, which for flight simming is about right, isn't it, I suppose? Roughly. But I think they've said from the outset with the announcement, haven't they, that the current engine that the sim works on is just not able to be used for the stuff that they want to put it into now for the sim. They want to build on it even more, but they can't because of the way it is kind of linked up. Use his screenshot. What the heck? Have you followed the same flight plan as us? Super weird. Cracking screen grab, look at that. Christopher, that's good. So in the UK, if you're over 24, it's very similar in the UK, but you have to do your CBT first, which is riding the little mopeds up to a 125. But then on day 2, you can go straight onto the 600s, which is what I'm doing. So over 24, I can go straight onto, and it has to be above 600cc or no, above 500cc, I think it is. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just hoping I get on okay with it all though, really. Zartus is the one I'm most excited for. For him is the Just Flight A300 B2. I forgot, I mean that's been so long, hasn't it? Since the last updates. I kind of forgot that existed. Christopher says he's been spending hours in the MT-07. Terrible bike ergonomically, but has a lot of low RPM grunt, which is good for slow speed training. Yeah, Jack, I'd get the ATR. It's great fun. It's just quite quirky. I can't see your screenshots, Darren. I can see your Griffin flight, 2619. Griffin, by the way, is the new call sign for the BA service, the Eurofly service at London Gatwick. They've got their own, they're not Speedbirds, they're Griffin. Fun fact, and they use EFW, not BAW, the short haul services. Only BA mainline are the long haul stuff now, going to the Caribbean, Mauritius and all that stuff, but EFW 2619. Salzburg to Gatters. Can't see you. There he is. Oh, now it's loaded the screenshots. Lovely. The thing with the Fenix that annoys me with the BA stuff is it's all the old bus, the original A320s for BA, bus K, bus A, bus B, all that. I think it's just so rubbish. There's no kind of recent liveries really, except for obviously the things that people have painted, but I would have liked to have seen some of the Gatters fleet, Gat A, Gat B, Gat C, all that kind of thing make an appearance. My technique on a motorbike's not the best, but that's because I've never ridden before, so I've found my CVT was a little bit tricky with making sure that we get that I get my balance right. And it's one of those things, those of you who've never ridden a motorbike before, the second you look down towards the ground, you'll probably fall off, which is not great, certainly at speed. Certainly at slow speed as well, when the bike is quite unstable naturally anyway. You're balancing it quite finely with the rear brake, a little bit of power, a little bit of clutch, and your own balance as well. But the second you look down at the cone or whatever else you're riding around, you'll fall off. The problem is, because I'm not riding, all the stuff on my CBT I probably have forgotten. I'm hoping I can do my direct access in good time, and then go out and I'll just be practicing on my own bike. Hopefully I don't end up dropping it. But I get the feeling that my bike doesn't like slow speed. Slow speed for my bike is about 5 to 10 miles an hour, maybe 10 miles an hour, for it to be more stable. Justin, yeah, a little while ago I was cleaning all the filters. I say a little while ago, 2-3 weeks. I'm not going to get the time wrap between now and my actual motorbike training. Justin. Yeah. Well, I've got like a, it was about maybe 8 meters of driveway, and I wheeled my bike to the end of the driveway right on the edge of the pavement, so I couldn't go any further. And I started it up, and I let it kind of tick over for a little bit, fiddle around with the settings and things. I've adjusted the seat yesterday as well, and that I kind of just drove forwards a little bit. First time I was so scared about dropping it because it's such a big bike that I kept scooting my feet, and that again is such a bad thing to do because it naturally you're not very stable because of that. The second time I reset and I was like, I'm just going to put both my feet up and that's it, force myself to balance or fall. And I balanced, and I managed to just drive a straight little line for about 6 meters before I had to brake again. Only about 3, maybe not even 3 miles an hour, but so difficult to ride a big bike for, you know, at a slow speed. Christopher's saying, I hate the slow speed stuff. My instructors are telling me to stay below 5 kilometers an hour for the slow speed course, but it feels impossible. No, I get the feeling that my experience is going to be similar. To be fair. I struggled with figure of eights because I always found I was going wide. Well, RAB 125 for 11 years, so I'm going to be using it on the motorway more often than not, so I need a bigger bike with a load of grunt. I could have maybe, I suppose, gone for a 660, but there's no adventure style bike stuff with it, with those kind of engines. So that's why I was on the Tiger 900. Darren, yeah, bike safe for some of the advanced rider training. So when I finish my direct access, if I pass, I want to then go straight onto some advanced riding and just do a whole load of sessions on my own bike with an instructor giving me tips behind, and we just go and ride out for a couple of sessions over a few weeks or a few months or whatever, just to kind of improve it and help. I'm hoping, I mean, Rap's saying it's a big bike for a first bike, but the next bike that I'm going to sit on is a Trident 660, which is weight-wise and centre of gravity-wise not too dissimilar from my Tiger 900. So I think if I'm going to step across onto that, and I do okay on that and on the Trident, then actually at the end of my course I'll just be able to jump onto my Tiger quite confidently and go for a zip about. Thankfully where I live is countryside, so I've got beautiful roads that are all quite empty most of the time, or loads of them national speed limits through the towns. They drop down into a 20, so I get to do a little bit of slow speed stuff. I get to open it up and do country riding as well, give me the confidence at higher speeds. So it's kind of the perfect mixture of roads around where I live. Chopper Town, I haven't, no. Bike Safe is a great course. Do you live around Oxford, commentator, then? Probably the safer way to explain is, what region do you live in? It's feathering the clutch with a little bit of revs, but also riding the rear brake. That's the way to do it, isn't it? Because you want the power and you want the torque to kind of try and keep the bike straight and upright whilst you're turning it, but you want the rear brake to stop your speed running away from you. So you're kind of making the machine fight itself. Ah, that's not far at all, commentator. In fact, I know of stuff that's in the middle that could actually work. I've got to get my direct access first though, of course. I might not even be good enough to pass that. I'm hoping, because I felt very nervous on the 125 when I first sat on it, and I took that for a spin. I felt very nervous with it. So it's only the slow speed, but after a couple of little loops inside the cone area, I started to get a little bit more confident with it. And certainly out on the roads I felt fine with the 125. So I figured I think if I was nervous to begin with but very quickly learn, and the instructor said as well I picked it up really quickly for someone who's never ridden before. So I'd like to think I can apply that same 100% kind of learning, throw myself right into it, just give it a go. Should be okay on the Trident. And if I'm good on the 660, I just have to be confident that I'll be good on the 900. Because there's very little difference really between the two. always forget how big France is. It's huge. Limoges coming up in 80 miles down there somewhere. $120 to Manac. Oh, we've got ages, 240 nautical miles before top of descent. Jopinac. A long old way this. Been lying for 3 hours 20 minutes already. .125cc higher near me. So the nearest one is 12.5 miles away. Now, to be fair, this has got great reviews. Rented a 125 motorcycle the week leading up to my Mod 2 test. The guys were super helpful, a joy to deal with. Someone else rented a 125 2 weeks to practice my Mod 1 and 2 tests. It was one of the best experiences I've ever had. His motors are in excellent condition. Well worth the money, definitely would recommend. I wonder how much that would be. Higher. Ooh, 20% discount for 1 week hire. We have your bike picked up or delivered. Oh, and they actually charge though to deliver it. Wonder how much that would cost. Hire now, pay later is never a good idea, is it? Have it delivered. Yeah. It doesn't say. Book now, let's see what they've got. Honda CBF 125. So where I live is never on any of these lists. When do I get back from me Ollie Bobs? Oh wow, okay. They've only got 1 day in October. Surely not. Is this website broke? I don't know. That's rubbish. Maybe it's doing it on my phone, is the problem. It doesn't say how much it actually is. Ah, the first bit of availability is the 1st of November. So let's punch in just a couple of dates just to see what the crack is. How much do you reckon it'll be, folks, for like a a week rental first. Okay, well I'm actually in on the 1st, so I can do that. God, this website's shockingly bad. I'll just do a week. How much is it going to be? Loading. It's working on my PC, okay. 200 quid. That's quite expensive for a week, isn't it? No, not bike safe commentator. 125 rental. Okay, so it's Jesus, 250 quid just for delivery. Then 7 days rental, 250 quid. Subtotal £500 for a week. Mine, well, obviously there'll be 20% off. And then a security deposit of £300. A grand total to pay of 800 quid up front. For a week. Nah. I would rather fail my direct access and have to do it again because it's the same price. That's a joke. Yeah, definitely not doing that. So even if I got dropped off to drive it back, it's still 300 and something quid, as Darren is saying there. Exactly, Rab. So buying one is about 4 grand roughly, about 3 to 4 grand roughly. You buy a brand spanking new Honda 125.
Yeah, this is Osprey 8066.
And the craziness is, you can then sell it for probably the same price that you bought it for.
As well as also sent down to 300, with you coming from the back of me.
Let's see.
I didn't have CCAS alert at all. So, yeah, sorry about that.
Got to set some of these 125s. Rubbish. Chinese, Chinese, Chinese. Absolutely not. None of those. Lex Motos. God no. 3 grand. It's got 15,000 miles on the clock with 4 previous owners. Suzuki GSXR 125. £2,700. It's 40 miles away though, not ideal. Yamaha MT125, 17,000 miles, £2,800. The thing is, it's selling it that would be the issue after, because it'd just sit in the garage. KDM 125 Duke. 3.5 grand. Superbike Factory Kennington. So you'd lose maybe 500 quid on it if you bought it from Superbike Factory and then perhaps sold it back to them. You'd probably lose about 500 quid on it, wouldn't you? There's a couple of ones. There's some in good nick here. Brand new Yamaha 125, 4,750 quid. There's a KTM with 49 miles on the clock there as well. Harry, welcome. Problem is, it's running it, isn't it? It's running them all. 30,000 miles on that, my goodness, that's been ridden like heck. KTM 125 Duke, 3,000 miles on the clock, 3.5 grand. Where's that other one that was there with like something? There's only like 90 miles or something on it. It's basically brand new, wherever that was. KTM 125 Duke, 3,795 quid, 49 miles on the clock, 2020 reg. I think it's a KTM though, so it's going to be bloody loud, and that ain't great. Would be a good way to start, wouldn't it? Just get a few weeks on another bike, ride about a little bit. Then I don't know if I would benefit from it though, or if I'd maybe get bad habits perhaps. Kawasaki Z125. I don't know. I think buying this and insuring this bike that I've got currently has been expensive enough. I don't think I could justify buying and storing a second motorbike. Maybe I'll see how I get on the big bike, and then if I struggle and I failed the training for direct access, then I buy a 125 for a few weeks and try again. That could be a way to do it. £3 grand though, I can get a Suzuki GSX S125, 8,200 miles on the clock. Probably been dropped several times. Yamaha MT125, one owner. It's in Hemel Hempstead though, that's miles away. Darren, very nice. Rab says he bought his Honda NC 700S for 4,500, had it for 10 years and sold it for £2 grand. That's incredible. I don't know if I can justify having two bikes. I can't ride one of them, and when I get back from holiday I'll only be able to ride the other one for about 3 or 4 days. I'm a little bit like you, Christopher. I'm not an experienced rider. I've only just about completed the CBT, so I've still got a long way to go with that. And whilst that would be really good, if I had a 125, it'd be really good practice. I think, in reality, I would want to have an instructor behind, pointing out the various mistakes and things that I'm making. I don't know. The roads around here would be great for it. Riding around in a little 125. Probably only have to fill it up once and then I'd sell it again. Yeah, I've got a nice bike already, Rap. As Rab's saying there at MBS. Just can't ride it yet. I think I put the pictures of my motorbike into our club lounge the other day. Not sure if I did or not, I can't remember. Ooh, crikey, yes, that is very costly, to be fair, Christopher. Oh, the UK definitely got a lot more kind of stuff for bikers within it. Zax BMX, hello. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. How do you get the tablet on the A320? This is the Fenix A320. It comes with it. Commentator, nice. Remind me which bike you've got again. I spent some time yesterday finally finishing off fitting the fender extenders and my Pyramid Plastics rear hugger and stuff to help with the spray suppression. It looks very cool now. ZX6R, nice. Kawasaki Ninja. What's the weight of that wet? Probably about 230, right? Because that's not far off. Well, it's the same weight as the Tiger 900 if that's the case. Jack, does TCAS not work when overtaking? It depends if you've got TARA on. It also depends on what aircraft you're in, whether or not it'll actually avoid it or not. So the Flyby A320NX, for example, does kind of like steer you away from the threat. 190, okay. So mine's about 230 wet. So another 40 kilograms. That sounds like quite a lot actually now I think about it. ABS. 14 gears, bloody hell. Yeah, the 738 won't steer away though, Jack. You'll get like traffic, and then it'll be down to you to work out where to go. Rab's Honda was 220 kilograms, managed to pick it up once with a struggle. But one of the guys near me, I was chatting to him the other day, I wonder, maybe I can get it on the screen. Used bikes. No, they don't have any 125s. Well, that doesn't work out then. Can't show you. Ah, chop the neck. Superbike warehouse. Superbike factory. Honda Max 125. Apply. Crikey, none of those. They look rubbish. That's $3,500. So that's insane. 6,000 miles almost. So I could get something like, standby, this for 2 weeks. I could buy it and then sell it straight away afterwards. Oh, he put a bloody Wales flag on it. Well, I'm not buying that one then. Absolutely ruined it. How awful. Who does that? Jesus. A little 125 though, looks pretty good. Stress-free delivery. 14-day money-back guarantee on every bike. Ooh. I wonder if I could buy it and then a week later go, I don't like it, take it back, and then I get my money back. What are the terms? I wonder what the terms are with that. Where? 14-day money-back guarantee. Let's see if we can find a loophole. We'll replay the purchase price back on the card. You must not drive the motorbike more than 30 miles from when it was delivered. 30 miles? Maybe not. But the rest of it we could adhere to. No modifications, same condition, and then you return the logbook. A couple of quid for postage. Just don't drive it more than 30 miles. I mean, I could do something like that though, couldn't I? Problem is I'd have to then pay to insure it as well. I reckon I just roll the dice and I jump on the Trident confidently. I think it'll be fine. Zach's, it's PC. I only fly on PC, buddy. PC flight simming. That's where it's at. Not long to go now, folks. Just that's La Rochelle down below us there. I reckon I'll be fine. Once I jump on the Trident, if I stuff it up I'll fall off and I'll be fearful of that, so I'll just have to do it properly and make it work. And then I'll see how I get on. I'll find out, wouldn't I? If I really struggle with the slow manoeuvres, then I'll know that I need more time or something like that, so I'll work with whatever happens. Anthony, welcome. Yeah, I think I'll be fine. I was reassured by my instructor for my CBT, like I said a few weeks ago, that the bigger bikes are much easier to control, even at slower speeds. So I think with that in mind, I'll just take that and I'll lock that little comment in my brain to help me get confident on day one of my direct access, and then just go from there really. But I'm so looking forward to it. Now the bike's in the garage, I spent an hour in there yesterday just tinkering, just tinkering around and like playing with my torque wrench and things like that, and just kind of sat on it. I've wheeled it in and out of the garage a few times. I've looked around it to kind of learn the different parts. I want to get familiar with it and be a little bit techie and a bit engineery with it. So I've been kind of learning how the aircraft, how the motorbike works a little bit, what the internals look like. I've done a little bit of rewiring. The only thing that I need to do actually, I probably would call them on Monday actually. The service light, even though they serviced it the other day, the service light has come on as if it was expecting a service on the day that it was delivered. And I don't know if that's because when I was fitting the Thunder box, like this little box that helps me control all my other accessories, so when I get my dash cam for the motorbike and attach that, plug it all in, get it all fitted, they clip into this thing called a Thunder box, which helps prevent your battery from draining. Really, really smart bit of kit. And I was connecting all that up properly, following the instructions, got a little spark off the battery. I don't know if that maybe has made the service intervals forget where they're at or something. But everything else works fine. I was playing with the more where the bite is on the clutch. That's kind of what I've been doing. So just up and down on my driveway, I've been working out where the bite is. Problem is, to turn around, I then have to kind of like scoot it back and turn it with my feet, because I can't ride out onto the road to do a U-turn to come back in, because that's not allowed. So I'm staying on my own private land, my driveway, and just turning it around with my feet, scooting about, and then just feeling for where the clutch is, where it bites, which is great because it actually boosts the revs as well to hold it in. But that little spark shouldn't have caused a problem, should it? Because yeah, it's a service spanner, that's all it is. It's just telling me the service is due, but they should have done that. I can buy a thing that deletes it. I can reset the service interval. Everything else works. This is a stunning bike. It's in such great condition as well. I'm going to fit dash cam, motorbike dash cam to it. Just need to do a bit of work with the plastics and stuff with it. I drilled 4 holes in the plastic yesterday on the mud guard, the front mud guard. 4 little 4mm holes, and then I've got push rivets into those to extend the thing. Felt very engineery. Nonce ahead. Down there somewhere. Justin's got a shot of me and my gnarly contrails. Those massive whopper contrails. Who's that? Oh, is that Justin? Christ, who's that? Oh no, they're off to Bristol. EJU 2728. I say, chuffing out. Is my bike still under manufacturer's warranty, Rab? Yes. It's got a 3-month dealership warranty on it, but they've extended it to a 1-year manufacturer's warranty as well, approved used. Because I said to them, otherwise I won't take it. Oh, Jack, that's not good. You guys have got to sort your spacing out. There's that aircraft again. Backtrack job for Gav, yeah. Good shout, good reminder. Those of you bunching up, got to make sure that you try and get that separation in early. QNH1019, winds 200 at 13 knots at the moment. So I'm going to punch this in, enter destination data, 1019. Scribble that down, QNH1019. Temperature's 18 degrees Celsius. 200 at 13. We'll leave that set there. 103, that's good. Jobs are good in. I mean, one of you could do a direct 2 and skip a waypoint to give you separation. That would be a good way to do it, especially on this little bit where we're doing little Zs all the way up the coast of France. One of you could just do a direct 2, a waypoint 2 waypoints ahead, and just draw a straight line through it. And that would be a nice, efficient way of sorting out the separation. As that flight to Bristol looks, going over Brest and up. Gav's up there, right against the pillar. 60 miles to top of descent. We want medium auto brake. I don't have any muck off yet. Yeah, I was looking at that as well, Christopher, to be fair. I'm not really sure how much I would use it though. I'm trying to decide between, is it the K3 and the K5 dash cams? I think the K5 would, even though it's got the DVR at the front, it's a bit bigger. I think that would be more suitable because of the lack of space underneath the seat. Because there's basically no space under the seat, which is the problem. So I can't put a DVR under there. Yeah, 10 knot crosswind for approach, 9 knot headwind. What we're expecting. Commentator, what do you use to maintain your chain? Lubrication for your chain? Do you just use like GT86 or whatever it is? And you might have to send me the link to the mock-off products that you recommend that I actually use. Same with you, Darren, as well. Over in Discord, you can send me a link to the mock-off products that you recommend. I'll be grateful, and I'll have a little look at ordering a few of those. Put them in the racking in my garage for my motorcycle stuff. Get yourself a Scott oiler. What job for neck is that? Scott oiler. Oh yeah. You know what? I think my other half, her stepdad, has something similar on his Hayabusa, but he's got a device that plugs in. It's inside his bike, and it just drips oil every now and again onto the chain. It must be one of those.
Traffic.
The heck? Climb up. There'd be traffic climb. You see the green band there? That's what we need to do to achieve in order to avoid this. So I'll see if the autopilot will achieve it. And it is. So that's the threat against the risk. There we go. Clear of conflict. So this chuffing idiot. There is no way he's on the correct pressure setting. Or the right altitude. Christ. The easy jets, they do what they want. Yeah, they definitely still need lube. Top of descent, 30 miles. Flying north, so you divide it in the middle, so if you're flying east or south, then you have an even flight level, Darren. If you're flying west and north, then it's an even flight level. Certainly north and south is more relevant to Spain and France. So he's flying south and he's flying east, so he should definitely be on an odd flight level. I think he is. I think he's at 350, but he's just he hasn't set his standard pressure perhaps. Right, we're going to aim for continuous descent all the way down to 3. But most of the world works to east or west, depending on if you're flying east or if you're flying west. What do you clean a chain with, commentator? Mine's a little bit dirty, I think. It's not really been ridden for very much. Unless maybe the lube is just about right, I don't know. Look at these clouds. We'll be descending through all of that. And then what would you put onto the chain? I mean, one of the guys at work says just GT86. Every time he puts it in his garage, he puts it up on the centre stand and he'll wheel through the chain with GT86 spraying it. And he has like a little guard at the back so that he makes sure it doesn't spray onto anything else. So he'll just protect it and he'll just spray the GT86 while he's wheeling his chain round, and it keeps it really clean and really nicely lubed. And he would just do it every time he drives. He rides like 80 miles a day when he's commuting, and he will lube it after every journey. And it also makes him have to check his chain every journey. Okay, so we're back to managed speed for the VNAV descent. Auto brake set medium. 10 miles to the top of descent. Won't click it just yet. Do. I think the beauty of the Scott oiler is it's a fit and forget, isn't it? You fit it, you get it all plumbed in and set and configured nicely, and then that's it. You just leave it, and it will just you top it up every now and again, top up the little reservoir. But beyond that, you've done it. Like, happy days, finish. You can just forget about it. But it will come to a point where you will need to still clean the chain. Thankfully, my other half, her stepdad, is basically an ex-vehicle engineer, and he knows bikes like the back of his hand as well. So I would be able to, if I'm not sure about something, I'll be able to write to him and say, "Can you help me do X, Y, and Z?" And then we just kind of sit through and either fit the Scott oiler or clean the chain or whatever else while I get used to doing it for real myself. The Legend Dark Fury, good afternoon. I hope you're okay. (1019) for the local QNH. So about 1,000 higher than we think we are, which might cause issues with the VNAV. We'll see. You're doing well to get that high MPS. 410. Wowzers. Oh, 140, thanks. Yeah, definitely misread that. It's going to be commuting miles on the motorway effectively, so I think that's where a Scott oiler would be quite handy, wouldn't it? But I also like the idea of getting a little dash cam for the motorbike. I just need to work out if I want the K5 or the K3 from Inov. Probably going to get the K5. I just need to work out where to put it, because it's this big little square box thing. You can't really hide it discreetly on my motorbike anywhere. Good, thanks Dark Fury. About to head up, or I'm going to disappear for 3 weeks. Effectively head on holiday. So this is the last stream potentially for 3 weeks. Awful music, let's skip that track. So Lensu, Rospo, almost there. Pilot Experience Sims, Brest, Bretagne Airport, the Microsoft Flight Simulator. First look flying in. I know other creators have already been in and out of here since its release about a week or so ago. Haven't checked out the Rex AccuSeason Automator, no. (16:02), we've done good on time. There aren't massive amounts of flights for this Brest scenery, which is a bit of a weird one. As a payware scenery, this is the furthest flight that you can do in real ops. Heraklion to Brest. Some of the shorter ones kind of chop up and down France in numerous aircraft that aren't available for Microsoft Flight Simulator. So the only other options would have been things like Dublin to Brest in the ATR. No other flights from the UK, Ireland, anything like that, except for that Dublin service currently. I love how that drone camera just rotates itself all the time. Yeah, they're the other airliner options, the A320 options. Air France A320 from Paris, EasyJet A320 from Lyon. I think that's kind of it, isn't it? All the others are in small little regional hoppers and things. It'd be quite a good little region to zip around in that Just Flight F28, to be fair, thinking about it out loud. Small, shorter hops, all domestic. France is obviously a massive country anyway. We've got a custom GSX profile for this from Pilot Experience Sim, downloaded via their website. I'm looking forward to checking that out as well. Though Doc hasn't prescribed the gate for us, so we'll have to make it up. I see, Darren. I've seen your link. I avoid WD-40. Oh no, it's chain cleaner. Got it. Fair enough. So I'd never use WD-40 for any form of lubrication. GD86 would be fine. It's a proper lubricant. Yeah, save your cash, living the dream. Yeah, I think I would like, certainly to begin with, I would like to kind of be tinkering and oiling it myself, because then you would be learning maintenance of the bike and all that kind of thing. Right, 50 track miles to go, 45 track miles to go. And I'd rather spend the 200 quid on bike kit, you know, buying a jacket that has slightly better protection than my current one or whatever else. But I've got some pretty good kit, to be fair, at the moment. Really, really good kit. These clouds are fantastic. Look at this. Definitely is useful. I mean, most people I know that ride bikes all have a Scott oiler, and they swear by it. I didn't know that's what it was, but it's the oil system. It just drips every now and again, like once a week or so, or however many miles. It'll drip a little drop of oil onto it. But it's not too complex, Christopher, to be fair. Weight wise it's a few grams, and complexity it's pretty much plug and play. You just choose where to wire it, plumb it in, job done. Into the clouds. Brest traffic, Aegean 420 is Rospo on the Rospo 8 Charlie, expecting ILS runway 25 Zulu, 25 left Zulu. QNH 1019 and will report turning to establish the field's Brest traffic.
Brest traffic speedbird 6458 at 9004 6000 inbound Rospo, expecting the ILS runway Standby. Correction, ILS Yankee 25 left at
I think that would be negligible, Christopher, to be fair. Per person at least. I wouldn't be worried about
Brest
that.
traffic, Osprey 722 in there.
I'd rather the chain not dry up and kick me off.
3 miles, speaking the ILS 25 left. Brest traffic.
Get some icing on through this. Yeah, it doesn't drop onto the road. Where you set it, it drops a finite, tiny little drop onto your chain, or onto the bit that your chain goes through, and then it kind of zips through there. Yeah, Christopher, naturally not, but at the same time, when the big nations like China don't care, me not having a Scott oiler won't make any difference at all. When they're still making foam that destroys the ozone because it's cheaper. So until they decide to tackle that kind of environmental carnage,
Osprey 8656, 8 nautical miles.
the odd drop from a Scott oiler's not gonna impact anything at all. I'm not bothered about that. Not gonna worry about that. That's for sure.
Brest.
I do my bit, but others don't do enough. That's what I'm trying to say. So until the others do enough, then I'm quite content with what I already do. If I wanted to be all environmentally friendly, then I wouldn't have got a motorbike either, and I certainly wouldn't go on long haul holidays. I'd go camping locally. Through 10,000, landing lights. Do a ding for the crew. To be fair, we're going to be coming up on the airfield pretty quick.
Brest traffic, Osprey 8656, passing Roscoe. Brest.
If anything, the Scott oiler makes you use less oil, so therefore it would be more beneficial to the environment in that sense. I can see Gav ahead there. Right, let's get a bit of speed brake out. We're out the cloud, let's clear out the anti-ice. Use a bit of speed brake. Help manage our descent a little bit. It's a bit of a steep one in. That looks cracking though, look at that. Almost looks like a photograph. Let's screen grab that.
Brest traffic, Speedbird 6458, passing Roscoe. Inbound waypoint Sylvan will call established on the ILS 27, Brest.
Brest. Let's pause the music. $8,000.
Brest traffic, Josh 356 Alpha clear, runway 25 left at Brest.
So we're going to keep the speed brake extended for now. 1019 is what we want. We're actually a lot higher than we realise. Captain Gav is right ahead of us. Ergy, indeed. Hello to you.
Brest traffic, Speedbird 6458, slowing down to 200 knots for spacing in front of the traffic.
Exactly, commentator. +6 for this. Road at 3. Are we going to make this? 10 miles, 6.6 to 3. Might have to leave this out. We're getting warning of speed brake still being deployed here. It's because it's now putting in
traffic Osprey 722.
a little bit of power, which we don't want.
Left,
It's warning at us there.
Brest traffic.
Okay, let's set 3.
Brest traffic, Osprey 8656, 9 nautical miles south of
Okay, good.
RB
There we go,
410
perfect.
at 6,000 Brest.
We've already gone and bloody done it. Okay, speed brake armed. Almost there. Look at that. Wonderful little Aegean old school livery. And the beautiful French countryside. I think you're misinterpreting how much oil is actually involved with the Scott oiler, Christopher. It's literally like one drop every however many, say 100 miles, one little drop on the chain. And in theory it keeps the motorbike much more efficient, a lot smoother, a lot safer, and well maintained. And it might mean, you know, if you're doing it yourself with a rag, you might end up using a lot more oil than you would with a Scott oiler. So it's more wasteful to do it twice a week with your rag, potentially. Certainly if you're cleaning it off all the time, and then you're putting a load of new oil on it as well, using different compounds and everything to clean the grease off. And so it is, with a Scott oiler, it is meant to be a lot more beneficial for that kind of stuff.
Traffic Osprey 722 to short final, 25 left, 5 miles, rest.
$296. 1.
Brest traffic at Osprey 8656 at RB 410.
Approach mode.
Brest.
Brest traffic speedbird 6458, 8 nautical
Okay,
miles
establishing.
from Romeo Bravo
There's
410.
Landvisio
Brest,
Airport there, look.
passing Romeo Bravo 410.
Brest traffic, Aegean 420 is established 13 miles, ILS 25 left, land Brest. Lights, signs, ground spoilers armed. $180, so for that we command flap 2. There's the runway. What an approach! Lovely coastal approach, isn't it here, Brest? Random place, but actually quite scenic. This little knobbly outcrop on the edge of France. There's that runway that's warned about on the charts. Thankfully, Flight Sim just sees it as a bit of tarmac runway with nothing else in the vicinity. So it's not like you can kind of forget that. 10 miles. Missed approach, climb on runway heading to 3000 then as directed. Climb to 3000 prior to level acceleration, it says, as well as a little pre-note for the missed approach. QNH 1019 is set. Okay, double screens, got the wrong ones here. Set up. 8 miles, gear down. 160. Flap 3. Get down 3 green. And locked, auto brake is set, ground spoilers on.
Brest traffic, Seabird 6458 at Romeo Bravo 410, slowing down to 180 knots.
2 nautical miles from Bodal, Brest.
Brest traffic, Osprey 722, vacated, runway 25.
Up, isn't it? Look at that 23 knot crosswind. Crikey, let's get the control visualizer up. You see what the ailerons are doing here to keep the aircraft level on the ILS.
Osprey 598,
Full flap.
turn right, heading 90, avoid traffic,
Final approach fix, Mikhail. Slow down to final approach speeds.
And Brest traffic, Osprey 8656, established for
God, it's
runway,
fighting, isn't it?
25 left,
We've
Brest.
got autopilot 2 there. Brest traffic, Aegean 420, short final, 5 miles. ILS 25 left, Brest. Right, so 21 knot crosswind coming across over the coast. So therefore the aircraft is actually pointing off over that direction there. Let's fly her in. My controls. 1,600 feet.
Brest traffic,
Check.
Osprey 226, slowing down to 170 knots.
Do forgive me if I stop talking momentarily while I deal with this. 17 knot crosswind on landing, Rav says. I've got 17 on the display now. Ooh, cheeky, cheeky. Little bit of sink there, so just getting it back. Nice, looks like it's on the motorway there, look. Over bridge.
Romeo Bravo 407, inbound Bodo will call established on the localizer runway 27. Brest traffic.
Brest traffic, Osprey 8656, short final, runway 25 left.
Crikey. You know there's a backtrack required, right? Whoever that is behind, I think it's Justin. Might have to go around. I don't think I can get off in time. Crikey.
100 above, 200.
Jeez. Looking ahead.
Minimum.
Continue. Oh, that's very bumpy.
20, retard.
Touch and go. Aegean 420 going around. Wind shear on short final.
Brest traffic is Osprey 226 at Romeo Bravo 410, still at 170.
Set 180.
Go around, understood, and Osprey 8656 continuing this.
That was really rocky, wasn't it? Little touch and go.
Down, runway 25 left, Brest.
Ah, there's lever climb. Okay, level at 3000 and away, runway heading. It's actually 252 track. Gear is up.
Brest traffic,
Right.
Seabird 6458 established on the localizer will call fully established ILS.
Let's
runway
turn left.
27, Brest.
South. Brest traffic, Aegean 420 left 165 on the missed approach 3000 to head towards Rospo. I think I'm going to try and have to sequence into everyone else behind. We'll leave flaps 1 out, just because of our speed. Go to 2. Let's do 200 knots actually. That means we can clean the flaps up. Oh, well, we get a nice little view of Brest. That's wind shear on final, that's insane. Crikey. Just looking at the charts at the moment to try and study.
Brest traffic, this is Osprey 236 at Romeo Bravo.
Options for a hold.
Osprey 8656, departing runway 25 left, Brest.
Brest traffic, Osprey, correction, Speedbird 6458, fully established, will call 5 miles out. Brest.
Brest. I think we go 090.
Osprey 59, inbound Romeo Bravo for 07 and 2 miles.
4 go-arounds at Heathrow on Wednesday, Rab says. My goodness. I'm effectively trying to turn and slot ourselves in to have another go. Those of you who have landed already, did you, except for Rab, did you need to backtrack?
56, taxiing Papa for
Papa.
gate Brest.
Brest traffic, Oscar 2205 for Commander 410, in descent 37.
Brest traffic Aegean 420, left 080 degrees to sequence behind the Ascot. So, reset, medium auto brake, ground spoilers rearmed. Straight to leads up to 3000 for the go around, that's all fine. Approach phase.
458 on the bumpy ILS, we are 5 miles out, runway 35.
070. Let's go track FPA in fact. Let's go, yeah, 070 track.
Brest traffic,
even this look
Osprey
bumpy.
236 at Bodil, established ILS Zulu runway 25 left. We'll report when on short fire.
Should probably be at minimum clean really. 215. That was a nice smooth little touchdown though, wasn't it? A little touch and go. But I thought if I'd have stayed with that, then it would have become very unstable and quite messy quite quickly.
205 is 170 knots.
So as long as we get in at by CI2LZ there, that little waypoint, we're basically going to aim to kind of squeeze into this little gap here. There is someone else flying along. I can't see them. I also can't hear them. That's Ascot there, I think. Living the Dream says runway was very bumpy. Aaron Studio, welcome to you.
Brest traffic, this is Osprey 236. Speed is now 160.
Oh wait, there's 2 there, look. I think the other one is the one behind that's not transmitting anything. So there's one there. And one there, literally a mile behind. Whoops. Good afternoon, David. Hope you're okay, buddy. It's Easy 456 Papa. 16 mile final. Oh crikey. There's one there as well. And there's one there. Oh my goodness. Oh. These aren't on Volanta.
Ascot 205 overhead, Romeo Bravo 407, 170 knots, 3,200 feet.
I don't know who these are. They're not on my Volanta screen.
Brest traffic, Speedbird 6458, vacated 25.
Well, that's 5 miles on us, so let's turn in. Brest traffic, Aegean 420 is turning left base, runway 25 left.
West traffic, this is Osprey 236 on short file, runway 25 left.
Osprey 598, ILS stabilized, maybe go on later.
Oh, you know what, this isn't going to work. I've got 2 aircraft that aren't communicating. The Aegean 420 at Brest is turning 360 orbit left. I can't make that work. So I'm going to do a left orbit and they'll be out of the way. Because whoever that is cutting in now towards Bodal. And they've gone from 7.5 miles away from me to about 2 miles away from me. That doesn't work. Jay, hello to you in the middle of a flight between Boston and Atlanta. Very nice. Zato had to plant and fight the aircraft. Landing rate is 497, near tail and pod strike. Do you get the wind shear as well then? We'll work back to 070 track.
Brest traffic, BZ456 Alpha is final 8 miles, 160 knot.
Well, that would have been him. You've got to communicate early when you're in the star. If you know when you're flying into somewhere busy on Unicom, get the comms in early so that certainly if you have somebody on a go around, technically I've got right of way on the missed approach, so I would ordinarily be vectored around to have another go, meaning that you guys that were further into the star, further back in the star, would have entered a hold at one of those waypoints. Fun fact, but we'll fit in behind this guy, whoever that is. I'm just trying to work to see if I can visual with them as well. There they are, got them. Make sure that matches, and it does. Brest traffic, Aegean 420, turn in left base, once again 25 left.
Osprey 598, 2 miles for landing.
180 flaps.
Behind landing aircraft, Osprey 404 kilo, established to runway 25 left. About 8 miles to landing, Osprey 404 kilo.
First traffic, this is Osprey 226, cleared runway 25 left.
So we'll be on 10. 7.5, 5. That's 5 mile separation between that aeroplane and us. So I've got an aeroplane over here doing some stuff. I don't know what they're doing. And then Bodal, an aeroplane there, got him 5 miles ahead. working in.
Osprey Fahrenheit, go around.
Hey, we're all getting wind shear. Very exciting. .280, reset that, approach mode, armed, try again, 180, flaps are at 2, ground spoilers armed, gear is currently up again, there's that little reference airport. Yeah, 404 Kilo hasn't used any comms at all, annoyingly, not good. Brest traffic Aegean 420, 12 mile final, established ILS 25 left, believe number 2. Autopilot 2 engage. Missed approach, same as before, climb to 3000, then work to accelerate, and we'll just go from there, we'll see what happens. Fuel's good, we've got another couple of go arounds if need be. Let's see what we get, so that's all good. Final call again. About 12 knots crossed with this time. Approximately. One ahead, 5 miles. I'm tempted to slow down early though, because I feel like we're flying ever so slightly quicker than him. There he is on my TCAS. I'm keeping a close eye. Okay, I'm going to slow down to 160 early. With that, gear down. Flap 3. Just before the glide slope comes alive at 9 miles now.
Brest traffic, Osprey 404 Kilo, short final,
there he is.
4 miles landing.
4 miles. Cool, so Brest traffic Aegean 420, reducing to final approach speed, 8 miles. Number 2. So this final approach early is just going to hopefully give us a little bit of space. Get down 3 green, flaps full green, ground spoilers armed, 3000 for the missed approach is set, autopilot 1 and 2 engaged, UNH is still the same and we're on the glide slope, so GS and LOC both live, active, and we are at final approach speed, number 2 to land.
Traffic, Ascot 205 inbound Bordeaux ILS runway 27.
Oh, is that the Ascot behind? I'm at final approach speed, FYI. Whoever that is behind me.
Confirmed.
There's MPS on his go around.
Got 205, reduce the speed to final approach speed.
There he is. Alrighty, 1800 again. My plane. .22 knot crosswind again. Landing memos, no blue. And you guys can see the control visualizer there as well. Yeah, that's helped sequence, David. Thank you for that. Invaluable information.
1000.
Peace. It's interesting to see what we get here.
I've got 2205, that is LS with heavy master.
Landing and hit it. It's still very choppy, yeah. Giving us some work to do, that's for sure. And it's gusting as well, so it's throwing the jet around a fair bit. We're okay for now though. If it stays like this, we'll be okay.
400.
Sudden bit of sink there. Bought it. I'm just going to focus on the visual approach instead of the ILS this time. Just staring at the threshold. Rate of descent's good.
100 above. Minimum.
Continue. It's bumpy again.
40, 30, 20, retard. 10.
Oh, bit of crabbing.
5.
And on the threshold. On the centre line. Lots of rudder. Pressure on that stick, decelerating through 60 knots. Come on, let's see if we can get off. Help Ascot behind. Oh, buggered that.
West traffic, Ascot 2205, 9 miles.
Oh, loads of space. Just vacating for you now. 271 foot per minute. How's that? Okay, idle. Flaps up. Speed brake. Retracted. Look at the windsock. Bloody hell. Slightly off the centre line there though. But otherwise, I'm happy with that. Where should we park, folks? Don't even know what stand that is. So yeah, it's got to be close to limits. Surely. Taxi lights, lights and signs. Wait for the APU. Stand 5. And Brest traffic, Aegean 420, runway vacated. Stand 5, is it 3? Actually, it could be 4. It's number 4. Walk in, no bus. Request follow me, no. Ooh. I think Aegean have operators here. Ground services, but hey ho. We'll use it. Turning in. Glass textures look a little bit weird, don't they? Like a bit greenhouse, bit glazed and a bit strange. Ground textures on the surface though, on the apron, look super crisp. Focusing on the dispatcher there, the lady guiding us in. Brakes. APU's good. Engine's off.
The boarding requested.
Ascot 2205, show finals.
Engine's walked off. We've got 2 landings to watch. Look at that wavy runway. There's the windsock. And look at that, he's actually facing the terminal with the crab. Jeez. This is it's challenging actually, this approach today. I think if I hadn't have gone around when we did, I would have probably lost control maybe. Touchdown, nice. Right at the centre line as well, good effort. Ooh. Nicely done, nicely saved as well. Happy neck. Right, let's have a look at some of this scenery. This bit looks really impressive. Looks quite nice. And look at the glass textures of the tower. Here look really good as well, look. In fact... Whoop, sorry. Got a bit of the news on there as well. So I wonder if maybe the terminal texture glass is that green.
I left stabilized. Traffic has got 205 runway begins.
Because that's quite nice. And you get that super green. I know the textures of the glass are green. But yeah, it depends on what photograph you bring up, I guess. But they've done a really nice tower there. Let me just bring the speed of all this rotation and stuff down a tad. Rent-a-cars. EcoBis. This is quite nice. Justin, have a good one, buddy. Thanks for flying along. Hope you enjoyed it. Some of the bits like that, they look a bit messy, don't they? Just hand placed, but very badly placed. And then, is that meant to be half a texture? Surely that's meant to be a complete logo, right? École Pilotage Avion. Flight going overhead. Go Sham, no worries. No worries at all. Could be old logo replaced with a panel on the metal of the building. Okay, here comes MPS. Okay, where's he gone? Jack says it was super challenging but a lot of fun. Ooh, you know what? We haven't done New Sky, have we? Oh wait, he's not yet rendered in yet, so let's close New Sky, let's see what we get. $11,000 profit almost. Oh, we got a 10! So that go around saved it for us. There's the little bit of magic I did earlier. So did a left orbit. It was basically just hand flying a circuit with heading mode or track mode to head out and then back in again. And then I tried to replicate the arrival in via Bodal there as well, without it being on the map, just say. But it worked quite nicely. Great touchdown, 1.32 G, 271 foot per minute in challenging conditions. I'll take it. Happy with that. Especially because I've not flown it in a little while, and that approach was tricky. We got the same kind of wind drop and that bit of wind shear On a similar, on that first approach, didn't we? As we did on the second approach too, although it was less dramatic on the second approach, a bit more controllable. MPS. Let's go for the centre line view. You can see what his crab looks like. Look at that. Crikey. Whoa. That's a heck of a crab, isn't it? Here we go. Ah, Jack is fine. Woo! Jeez. That's a great bit of work. Well done. Good job. Fighting it right through to the end of the flight. You did a go around as well. Easy fella. Good work. There's that windsock, look. Like an absolute gale. There would definitely be poo coming out of many passengers having a landing like that, but pretty good. Custom fire trucks there. Oh, a nice little bit of scenery this, isn't it, to be fair?
Osprey 598 Brest.
Bit of a car park there again, some hand...
runway
painted,
25 left.
what's it called here? Hand-placed trees and shrubbery. Ooh, it's got an interior. Ta-da! Got the green is so garish, isn't it? That's the only thing. It's actually kind of hurting my eyes a little bit. It's too much green. That's surely not right. We've got one passenger that's animated there. Where'd he come from? Nowhere. Oh, he's disappeared. I'm just going to follow him. Let's slow the camera down. That's it. Inside of the airport. Gate room above. It's a great little location with some really challenging conditions there for us, to be fair. I've left the beacon on, choffing neck. Ah well. But there we go. Pilot Experience Sim, Brest Britannia Airport, the Microsoft Flight Simulator. Last week it was exclusively available on release at InnyBuilds. It's going to be available elsewhere as well, various different outlets. So keep an eye out all over the flight sim sphere. It's a very small regional airport, but otherwise quite nice. The green and the glass is a little bit iffy, for my opinion, but the apron textures and everything else is actually really quite nice, and that tower, very nice too. Plus the location makes it a bit challenging with wind and everything else. I hope you guys have enjoyed today's live stream. Nothing now, but potentially about 3 weeks. So if I don't see you,
traffic,
then I hope you guys have a great start of October. I'll be dipping in and out of Discord every now and again while I'm on holiday halfway around the world. And I'm really looking forward to getting back to the other side to get streaming and get my motorbike license as well. So 2 things to look forward to, more streams and everything else too. But in the meantime, as always, massive thank you to Jack for that huge tip earlier on. Everyone who flew along, I hope you had a great time. And I'll see you next time. Take care. I'll see you the other side of my holiday in Mauritius. See you soon. Thanks for watching.